They hardly take any time to complete the over. 5 dot balls in this over. Richard Merriman. Great over. Maiden over here for the Aussies. After that wicket, definitely they are having the breaks in the run rate here. After 9 overs, England 46 for 1. Richard Merriman batting on 11 of 27 balls with a couple of boundaries. And look at the number of dot balls which Richard Merriman had played so far. They need to be very careful. Like here in SRMC, the par score will be 250 to 260.
Yeah, good point that. England batted here. They know what's a good score on here. Into Douglas. And there we go. Strauss, a great bit of fielding. Tremendous work out there. Monty Douglas, he hits a tremendously hard ball. That was absolutely flying. And the fielder stuck out to right paw. Douglas just watchful this time, plays it out. I think both teams will be happy with the starts respectively. England will be looking to be around the 50 mark after 10 overs. Australia, well, after the start that England got, they'll be quite happy that they've just reined that run rate in. It was going at 6, it's now below 5, 4.93.
Yes, that's what the wicket can do it for you. Like the new batter comes in and there is a good looking shot, but they have a protection there. They had done their homework. Look at the field setting, like straight away once the Douglas is in, they have the long off and long on fielder on the boundary rope. And this is the good thing about the Aussies. When you are comparing with the other team, they do homework before the match. For each and every player, they will definitely come out with a definite plan.
Yeah. Merriman, expansive. It's a good shot through the covers. Just for one though, yeah, it's been a hallmark of the Australian games that I've been watching, doing my research for this final. They are an excellent fielding unit, but they are required by the skipper to execute the plan that's in place. They know their roles, they know their responsibilities. They don't do anything different from that, which makes them such a dangerous team to play. That's a full toss. Douglas plays that down the ground again.
It's important for the bowlers to respond to their captain, the field which the captain is giving. The bowlers need to bowl at the right areas to give work for those fielders. And they have a definite plan. Like we had seen a few teams taking too much of time to set their fields, but when the Aussies were playing, that was been played late. The good thing about that shot is he just waited for the ball to come on to him and just guided that ball towards that vacant third man region, and 50 coming up with that boundary for England in the 10th over. End of 10 overs, England 53 for 1.
Yeah, good shot by Richard Merriman's a very good player on the offside. Anything slightly short and wide outside the awesome. He's a very good cutter of the ball, but plays that late cut particularly well. And as H described, ball ran away, very good shot. Merriman moves on to 16 off 29 deliveries, 3 boundaries in that. Monty Douglas, recently in, he's on 2 off 5. England 53 for 1 off 10. They'll be pleased with their start.
Good decent start for both the sides. I still think England they are having the upper hand after the 10 overs, just losing only 1 wicket, and they have Richard Merriman and Monty Douglas in the middle. Darren Smith is the new bowler, replacing Tony Penicasio, coming from the hostel end. Flatter and quicker ball hit straight to the extra covers fielder. Darren Smith, he bowled really well against the Kiwis. He bowled 7 overs and he hardly given any runs. He picked up a very important wicket in that match. He just given away 15 runs in his 7 overs and picked up a wicket. And this time pushed down to the long on region for a single. And in this tournament, Douglas, he is the man for the England with almost 400 runs under his name and at a strike rate of 110. If he stays here for another 10-15 overs, we'll be having a cracker of a final. Fractionally short, the batter is looking to cut that ball, and the inconsistency bounce in this wicket will definitely play in the batter's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Merriman got one in the other over that spat at him off a length. That one kept a bit low, didn't it?
Look at here. This time, the extra bit of bounce, the invariable bounce in the wicket, and we are in the first off. And I strongly believe England, this is the good task to win for them, because as the match progresses, this wicket will definitely get a lot more slower, and also the invariable bounce will be consistent in the second off.
Just a great bit of fielding. Merriman hit the ball back, and Cassio picked the ball up. Yeah, no intimidation there. He's quite entitled to do it. Merriman was just walking down, throws back, hits the stumps directly. Nothing wrong with that. Good cricket. Just
Good
shows the
aggressive
intent.
cricket
Yep.
here from the Aussies.
Excuse the rustling, folks. If you pick that up on the effects microphone, there are a lot of ants in our commentary area. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. Merriman's got himself out twice recently trying to sweep. That one he was trying to turn it into the mid-wicket area. Umpire Venkatesan standing at the hostel end, not moved. Confident appeal. Good over again from Panicasio. Sorry, correction, Darren Smith. Just a 1 run from it. England at 54 for 1 off 11.
Darren Smith, he believed that he got his man out on that occasion. He was been pleading for that wicket, but the umpire was rock solid. He was been not moved. Good over. Just a single in that over.
And much like England did to Sri Lanka in their semi-final a couple of days ago, Sri Lanka got off to a blistering start. England took 3 quick wickets, really put the strangled hold on the Sri Lankan batting effort. Australia, well, they're going to be trying to do the same. Judd in again from the pavilion, and that's Fuller. Douglas, he's not going to miss out on that. It's a lovely shot. That's racing away across the outfield, as H said. This outfield exceptionally quick. 4 for Douglas. Good shot.
And look at the power which he generates. It looks like he just look at the power which he generates with the wrist, just making sure he is missing that fielder. Nicely put away, taking it on the full. For a moment I thought that long on fielder can cut that ball. Once again, similar kind of a shot. This time straight to that country fielder.
Yeah, that previous boundary, H, you're quite right. The long on fielder, he only had probably about 10 yards to go, and he never even got near it.
Yes, that's the power of this man, Monty Douglas. That was his first boundary. Have you ever? I had never seen even the junior level cricket as well as in the open age category. Like these guys, like they are making sure the bench players, they're keeping the players who are playing and really very fresh. They keep on moving around with the waters and the refreshment drinks for the players. And there was a great commitment from all the team players in this veterans tournament. And this is the main thing the youngsters, those who are watching, they need to learn from the seniors because these are not the easy conditions to play cricket. Here in Chennai, the humidity level will certainly go up. The temperature will suddenly feels like the 40 and 42s. And the players in the middle, they need to keep fresh to contribute for the side. And if I'm not playing, it's not that I'm going to sit in the bench and that is a good ball. The batter is going for an expensive drive, and once again the ball has been keeping low.
Yeah, it's great commitment from all the teams, as you said, H. The 13 picked in the matchday squad, well, there's 5 other players. They'll be disappointed to miss out in the final, but they have roles and responsibilities, making sure that the water is available when the players need it. Hydration, vitally important, vitally important. Here's Judd then, in again from the pavilion end. Merriman on strike, just prods forward, out into the offside, and there's no run. And it's a vital part of the game. You know, I've been lucky enough to commentate with some of your colleagues. They're half these players' age, and they say they wouldn't be going out to play. So hydration, vitally important. Drinks break will be taken after 15 overs. Mandatory hydration break. But Judd, in he comes again. He's been bowling well. Merriman just chops that down towards point. He's fielded, and there's no run.
Good comeback from the bowler after that first ball boundary. After 12 overs, England 59 for 1. Richard Merriman batting on 16 of 37 balls, and Monty Douglas he just in 8 of 9 balls.
Just some comments on the YouTube feed. Thank you everybody for getting in touch. We will try and get through them as best we can. Andrew Walton, let's go Australia. Echoed by many, many people. And Alex, I've had a word with Si next to me, the technician. I think he's turned down the crowd noise. Oh, misfielded there. Douglas very strong off his legs. Powerful flick of the wrists. Misfield by the fielder at backward square leg. That's another welcome for England.
And that's the lucky boundary for Douglas. I thought the fielder had easily got that ball. Rare misfield from the Aussies. You won't see this kind of an error from the Australian side.
Oh, goodness me.
And look at the power which he generates once again. It was a great shot. I don't think there is nothing much wrong with that ball. But the power of that man and the form which he is in, he is not going to miss out those kind of a ball. On the pads, and it was been whipped away nicely towards the mid-wicket region. Good shot from Douglas, back-to-back boundary for him. And look at that, all of the sudden his strike rate is gone up to 145.
Well, that was a ridiculous shot from Monty Douglas, wasn't it? Like you said, it wasn't a bad ball, it was just all power. Changes being made by the Australians in the field. There's a man moving towards wide-ish mid-wicket. Smith in again from the hostel end. He bowls. Douglas watches that go wide of the off stump, and the umpire, Venkatesan, signals a wide. Umpires have been very consistent in this tournament, H, haven't they, on wides, down the leg side particularly.
It's not an easy job, and so far in this tournament I had seen some top level of umpiring.
Yes.
The concentration level of those guys, those are standing in the middle, has been great, and they have been putting under a lot of pressure by these bowlers as well as from the fielders. The questions been asked regularly, and this time off the outside edge, and once again the ball is flying towards the boundary rope. Good stop from the fielder, just a single, but that was a good ball. I think the ball just gone on with the arm once again. The batter is playing for the turn on that occasion, and good bowling from Darren Smith.
Yeah, spot on, H. It was the arm ball. Douglas didn't pick it at all. Genuine edge.
I think this is the first time Australians, they are not having the slip fielder, and that's what the power of Douglas can do. they need the fielders in the boundary rope so that they had removed that slip fielder. That would have been straight into the hands if the slip fielder was been there. Over pitch ball, driven straight to that covers fielder. Dot ball to end the over. End of 13 overs, England 69 for 1.
Yeah, very good point, H, about the slip fielder. Australia had the slip in for a number of overs, but that's what Monty Douglas can do. We said that Australia have a plan for each batter. Well, Monty Douglas comes in, hits a few boundaries, changes the Australian skipper's mindset, took the slip out. It was, as you say, would have been a simple catch for the man at first slip. But that's what Monty Douglas can do. He can wreck any plans that you have. He's seeing the ball like a watermelon at the moment. Immensely powerful shot. The second one he played towards wide mid-wicket. I mean, it was a good length ball. It wasn't a bad ball at all.
It's never a bad ball. It's all about good cricket and the form which is in. As you said, he is watching a ball like a watermelon. Even if you ask him to wake him at midnight 1 a.m. and if you ask him to bat, he will score a century. It's like that kind of form. And every player will get rub off his green in their career.
Yeah.
And he is delivering it at the right stage. Like this is the World Championship tournament. And he is a champion cricketer, and he is just pulling out the great performances from him for his side. And this is the one last match he is going to play in this tournament in this year. And whenever there is an opportunity for a singles and twos, he is not leaving those opportunities for taking those singles and twos. He is not just relying on those big hits, boundaries and sixes. Just making sure the scoreboard is keep on ticking every time.
Yeah, changing the field now with Merriman on strike. The man's come in deep. There's a man moving towards square leg. And a man mid-wicket on the circles come in from the boundary. So definite tactic change here. Here's Judd in again. To Merriman, fly to delivery. Merriman looks to go over the top. Good bit of fielding out there in the deep from Pete O'Reilly. Keeps it to 1.
Another good stop in the outfield. And look at the technique. The fielder is putting his body behind the ball and making sure that won't passes him. He's just bringing his body just behind the ball like a wall, making sure that will not passes him. Good technique. Hit straight to that point fielder. That was been stuck really with some power. Good stop from the fielder.
Yeah, right on cue we can see because Monty Douglas is batting. The man at square leg has gone to that sort of mid-wicket position. There is a man out, sort of deep mid-wicket, long on area. So definite tactics being employed. Peter Judd, good bowler. Obviously in consultation with the skipper. Going to try and bowl to his field, but as I said, Douglas, he can wreck any plans. He's currently 18 off 15 deliveries, 3 boundaries in that, a strike rate of 120. Just adjusting his gloves. Judd waits. In he comes now then. Douglas on strike. Looks to play it forward, just pushes it out towards mid-off. There's no run.
A couple of dot balls here for. Thank you.
H, this is my wife Mel.
Hello,
Nice to
ma'am.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You know Sido?
I do know so
Single down the ground, and with that single, Monty Douglas he will keep his strike for the next over. End of 14 overs, England 72 for 1. Sorry, we have one more ball left in this over. Played it to the short third man region. Another dot ball. Richard Merriman. He needs to be careful here. He almost batted for 41 balls now, and it's time for him to up his ante here. Martin continuing from the Australian end. He'll be bowling to Monty Douglas.
Yes, I'm fine. H is looking after me.
I'm glad your umpire is commentating. I said to Little Lad, I said if we'd have been here, it would have been 8 hours.
Tossed a ball outside of stump and it has been left alone by Monty Douglas. It's not just a power with Monty Douglas. He's also having that touch game whenever it's needed. Just playing those ball with the soft hands and also nudging the fields. Good mixture of a touch game as well as the power with Monty Douglas. Look at the good solid defense. Playing it right under the eyes. Middling the ball well. Good bowling. Excellent bowling. Yorker length. And got the leading edge. The form of Douglas actually saved him on the time. He just manages to put the bat on ball. So far, this has been a great over from Darren Smith. He managed to keep Monty Douglas quiet for 5 balls. And definitely the big hit is coming on the way. Maiden over. What achievement this is from the bowler against Monty Douglas. Excellent over. End of 15 overs. England 72 for 1, and with this the players will have drink. And after the first power play, I think the match is evenly poised now.
Yeah, absolutely, H. England 72 for 1 after 15. They'll be quite happy to be in that position. Run rate just approaching 5, 4.8 runs and over. England got off to a blistering start. Nick Gayward opening the batting with Richard Merriman. He played some delightful shots, did Nick Gayward. 33 he got off 26 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes. However, Peter Judd, he came on, got one to pitching line, just drifting a touch. Gayward played all around it, and looking at the replay, he was bang in front. He was bang in front. He was out. LBW to Peter Judd when the score was 46, 7.5 overs. That brought Monty Douglas to the crease to join the skipper, Richard Merriman. He's played some very, very powerful shots. 19 off 23 balls with 3 boundaries. The England skipper still out there, playing the anchoring role. 17 off 41 deliveries with 3 fours. Even Stevens, as my colleague H says, at this point. Both teams will be happy. England with the start they've made. Australia, well, they'll be delighted to have brought that run rate down from what it was, going at 6 and over. Drinks being taken. Fascinating contest. We've really enjoyed the first 15 overs. I hope you have, wherever you are. Let us know. Get in touch via the YouTube stream on Nexus. Let us know your thoughts on the first 15 overs. How you think the match is going to end up. Who are you rooting for? England or Australia? Been a good start. Enjoyed it, H, this first 15. It's been good.
Yes, it's been a fantastic first power play. Both the teams. First England started off really well, and then there was a good comeback from the Australians. At one stage they were 46 for no loss in 7 overs. And in the next 8 overs, they just considered 26 runs and also picked up a very important wicket of the left-hander, Nick Gayward. There was a good bowling from Peter Judd. Little bit of a turn that was good enough to get the wicket on that occasion. And he He was been going out with full guns blazing, the left-hander, the couple of six which he hit, and the partnership was been looking really very dangerous on the time for the Aussies.
Yeah, one thing just to mention as well, we mentioned the Australian fielding unit, how good they are, probably, along with England, the best in the tournament. But one of the things when you are fielding, you need excellent commitment from your fielders. There's been just the one misfield that I can really remember, which is a very rare thing. There's only been 3 extras that the Australian bowling side have given away so far. Just the 1 wide and 2 leg byes. That is absolutely excellent discipline by the Australians.
It's great discipline from this bowling unit of Australia.
Shot. That's a great shot.
Over pitch ball, and it was been put away in some style, stayed down the ground. One of the safest place to hit a cricket ball. You will get value for your runs, and also like there's no half measures. Like once he saw that ball on that length, he just put the ball right back to the bowler. That was a good hit. That was been hit with some power. Richard Merriman moves on to 21 with that boundary. That's a much needed boundary for him. This time taking it on the full. I think there is a definite message from the camp out in the middle after the drinks break about his personal strike rate as well as the run rate of the England players. He's certainly looking to shift his gears. Richard Merriman. Look at that. Once again he's going for it. Got the thick inside off of the bat and going straight to the long on fielder. Real intent here from Richard Merriman. Peter Judd bowling his 5th over, gone for 26 so far, and he is the only wicket taker in this innings. Flatter and quicker ball that was been left alone, and good take from the keeper. Soft hands behind the stumps. It seems a couple of good stumpings in the previous match.
Oh, dear. Good fielding.
Over pitch ball once again hit firmly, but good stop from the fielder.
Yeah, Claude Orlando behind the stumps. 8 victims already. England possess a very good stumper as well. Steve Aston, 14 victims he's had. Here's Judd again. In he comes. Douglas, oh, just in front of the fielder at cover. Well, that's the end of the over. H, we talk about momentum in cricket quite a lot, don't we? I think the momentum just before the drinks break was slightly with Australia. They put the squeeze on England a touch. Drinks break comes. We see intent, like you said, from Richard Merriman. He was obviously aware that he'd been out there for a long time. You know, over 40 deliveries. Intent straight away. It's funny how things change. Maybe a conversation between himself and Douglas. Come on, let's get a move on.
Might be the message from the dressing room as well, from the coach or from any of the supporting staff. They would have a definite game plan. It's not just about the drinks in the middle. Definitely the team management would have been sent some message to the players in the middle. And he batted for almost 44 balls. He is a very, very settled batter in the middle. He is from the right, from the ball number 1. He knows exactly what the wicket is doing now. He will be having a very good measure of the wicket. And once again, it was been hit firmly down the ground towards the long on region. I don't think like there isn't any bit of momentum shift so far in this game. Still, I believe the match is evenly poised at this moment after 16 overs, 78 for 1. And what good the Aussies had been done so far in this tournament is in the second power play. I had seen them, they are picking up the clusters of wickets in the middle overs that actually put them back into the game. In the Kiwis, they played a couple of matches here alone, the semi-finals as well as the league stages. Over pitch ball, they have a protection there. couple of bounces to that fielder. Not the traditional long on position for Douglas. They have a wideish long on fielder. And in the middle overs, if they picks up wicket, they picked it in clusters against the Kiwis on both the occasions which they played here. And what a commitment, excellent stop from the fielder. That was been driven really nicely by Richard Merriman. But that was a great stop from the fielder. Once again a dot ball, played it with the soft hands. Like while he is defending the ball also, like he is showing the full face of the bat and he is middling it really well. There was a sharp chance that was been hit with some power. I think he certainly saved a boundary for his side. That ball was been travelling at some speed. Good over. Just a couple of singles in that over. End of 17 overs, England 80 for 1.
Yeah, good over, H, as you say. Another good one from Darren Smith. 4 overs, 1 made and none for 14. Doing everything his skipper would ask him to do. Making the batsman play. You know, don't give him any free balls to hit. Make them play, make them make a decision. And as you say, Monty Douglas, I always think it's a sign of a batsman who's in really good nick, H, that when they show the full face of the bat when they play a defensive shot, it's just showing the bowler, yeah, okay, respect where it's due, but I've got you. I've always been a great believer in that. So Merriman, batting at the hostel end. Pete Judd to continue. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 at the moment. So in he comes. Merriman looks to cut uppishly through that vacant gully area. Good chase by the fielder. Just keeps it to 1. Slightly risky shot by Merriman. He will play it. It's one of his favourite shots. Brings Douglas back on strike.
And that short mid-wicket fielder, immediately when Douglas on strike, he is going on to the boundary ropes. They also have a deep, fractionally short, and they have a protection there. It was been hit towards that Cowman region. Monty Douglas, he is on 21 of 31 balls. I think first time in this tournament his strike rate is below 70 at the moment he is going. Played it late. He's just looking to pierce that gap between that point fielder as well as the short third man fielder. There was a huge gap between both of them.
Yeah, second time in the over he's played that, H. Both times in the air.
Good stop from the fielder. Third time in this over he's trying for that late cut. And Aussies, they are just running through with the overs, not giving any time for the batters, just rushing through the overs. It's just 10 minutes after the drinks break. We already seen third over has been completed. Just one more ball left in this over. Yorker ball, excellent ball, and it was been kept out nicely by Richard Merriman. Good stuff from the bowler. Another quite over here for the England. Just a couple of singles in first 2 balls. And the current partnership between Richard Merriman and Monty Douglas worth 36 for the third wicket. And I think it's time for any one of the batter to go after the bowling. They both settled really well. And I think Richard Merriman, he is the man, should have to go after the bowling from now on, because he is right from the ball number one. We know like what Monty Douglas can do in the depth overs if he stays in. Anyone should play the anchor role, and one have to go after the bowling.
Yeah, great over that from Peter Judge. You might have heard on the effects microphone, the Australian fielders. Great over, Juddy. It certainly was. 3 shots by Merriman to that sort of gully third man area, all 3 in the air. But it's a change now at the hostel end. Phil Jackson, in he comes. Douglas, well, he played forward, the ball has gone behind him, it just rolls past the stump. Good start by Jackson. That sits up. Douglas just cuts. Good call from England skipper Richard Merriman. Yambo through for a single. Another one on to the total. 83 for 1, England.
Phil Jackson, he gone for 33 in 7 overs, which he bowled against the Kiwis with that 1 wicket. Good tall leg spinner. There's no warm-up deliveries from him, like we had seen straight away. A couple of good balls to start his spell. Coming down the wicket, but the batter was been well aware that there was a turn for the leg spinner. Good awareness from the batter, and he is getting back to the crease in time.
Well, Merriman in 2 minds there. He came down the pitch, H, as you said. I think he was intent to hit straight, changed his mind, beat it in the flight, just made his ground back. Good bowling by Jackson. Merriman just needs to settle down. Jackson again, flighty delivery, looks to chop that into the offside. Straight to point, and there's no run. There's pressure building by these Australians.
Yes, these dot balls will definitely add pressure to the batters. Not only the batters those are playing in the middle, as well as for the batters those are in the dugout. No short offer. I think the ball was been pitched outside the leg stump on that occasion. Otherwise, there would have been Plum on front. Good short turn. He is getting some turn from this end. Good piece of bowling here from the tall leg spinner. And there was a good shot going in one knee, going towards that square leg region. Good sweep shot. He moves on to 29 with the boundary, Richard Merriman, and boundary to end the over. End of 19 overs, England 87 for 1.
Yeah, poor delivery that from Jackson to end the over, wide outside the off stump. Merriman, well, he's been out a couple of times sweeping his last 2 innings, but no danger of that. Was confident, good sweeper of the ball, just a paddle sweep down towards square leg. And as you say, H, very welcome boundary for England. 87 for 1, 19 gone. They'd have been looking, I would have thought, after 20 overs, to be certainly over the 100 mark. They may still get there in this over, of course, but it's been good from Australia. Putting the squeeze on. Excellent bowling from Peter Judd. And previously from Darren Smith at the hostel end. It's going to be Judd to continue from the pavilion end. Monty Douglas on strike.
Peter Judd bowling his 7th over from the pavilion end outside off stump, and it was been left alone by Monty Douglas. Flatter and quicker ball on the middle stump. Off stop by the bowler. Single taken. England, they need to be a little bit careful here of playing those dot balls. The dot balls will definitely put the brakes on the scoring rate, as well as that will add lot of pressure for the batters to follow, because they all knew the par score will be between 260 to 270. I'm just telling that that is the par score, not the winning score on this wicket. Rare loose ball from Peter Judd, and that was been put away nicely. Full toss ball onto his pads, and it was been clipped down nicely towards the backward square leg region. Good shot from Richard Merriman. 6th boundary for him.
Yeah, rare bad ball from Peter Judd there. England skipper, not going to miss out on them. Welcome boundary, 92 for 1 England. Merriman on to 33.
Once again going for that sweep shot. No signal from the umpire. I think the ball would have been clipped the pads of the batter on its way. And once again, that was a good take from the keeper as well. Not easy to move down the leg stump. Flatter and quicker ball. This time that was been cut down towards the backward point region. Good shot. Couple of boundaries in that over. Good batting from Richard Merriman. He moves on to 37 with the boundary. After 20 overs, England 96 for 1, and they are just 4 short of the 100 runs mark here.
Yeah, good end to the over. Good over for England. Richard Merriman, he tried in the previous over from Peter Judd. He played 3 shots in that region, all aerial, all stopped by the fielder. That one, well, he just had a bit more time, didn't he? You give this man time, he will punish you. Beautifully placed, raced away to the boundary. As H says, 20 overs gone, 96 for 1 England. I think they'll be happy with that. Going along at 4.8 runs and over. And it's important to rotate the strike. The Australians putting the squeeze on. Last few overs, just the odd single here and there, but that was a welcome over for England. 9 coming from it. And as H said previously, these 2 batters well set. Should be aware of the conditions. They'll be looking to put the foot down now. Try and put the Australians under some pressure.
Yes, definite intent from Richard Merriman after the drinks break. There was his 3rd boundary after the drinks. Shot on wide. Lucky escape here for Monty Douglas. That ball didn't carry to that point fielder, just falling in front of him.
Good effort.
There was a good effort from the fielder. I don't think Monty Douglas is comfortable against the leg spinners. He's been so comfortable with the ball which is turning into him, and with the balls which is turning away from him. I don't think he is that comfortable. Shot on wide, and it was been put away nicely. Still, I don't think he middled that ball well, but still with his power, the ball rises into the boundary rope. And Hunter coming up here for the England in the 21st over. And the current partnership worth 50 runs between these 2 batters. And 54 with that boundary. Good partnership building up here for the England.
Yeah, I think you saw with that last delivery, flighted. Monty Douglas definitely likes the ball coming into him. He can whip it away. Anything on middle, he can whip it away on the leg side. He is a good cutter of the ball, but he's just struggling a bit, to be honest. He watches that ball go past. So the leg spin from Jackson. it's causing him some issues. The boundary in this over, as you said, H, wasn't probably his best shot, but such is the power that, oh, he's beaten. Tries to play the cut shot, beaten outside the stump.
There was a good flipper from Phil Jackson. Good change of pace from the bowler. And it's important in the limited over format to change your pace. You shouldn't allow the batters to settle with the particular pace to bat on. Good change of pace from the bowler. Good thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good delivery. That it was the flipper, as you said, H. Hurried on to Monty Douglas. He's not looking comfortable against Jackson, but whilst you're still there, England will have hope. He's on 27 from 41 deliveries faced, with 4 boundaries. Richard Merriman, as H said, bit more intense since the drinks break. He's gone on to 37 from 59 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Both batters operating with a strike rate in the low to mid 60s. The England current rate 4.76 runs per over. The projected score at this rate 214. And as H said, and I've been here, this is my 3rd visit here, I think. Par score definitely 260. Definitely 260. I think you're going to be looking, to be honest, 280 if not 300. Anything under 250, well, Australia will definitely fancy their chances. It's a good pitch to bat on. Offers assistance early on. We'll see how it continues. There's a change.
We have a bowling change here. David Wenham is a new bowler. Started off with a friendly kind of on ball, tossed a ball on the middle stump, and it was been punched straight down the ground, just a single. And have you ever seen a bowler bowling with the round hat?
To be honest, H, I haven't. I remember back in the day Geoffrey Boycott bowled with his peak cap, and I think Graham Gooch did it a couple of times, but I've never seen anybody bowl with their floppy hat on.
Yes, even I had watched many Indian players bowling with the caps on, but this is the first time I'm seeing a bowler who is bowling with the hat. I think that actually helps him to going around him a little bit in his action. Not sure will there be any tactical move in that, but this is the first time I'm seeing a bowler bowling like this. He bowled well in the previous match, bowled 6 overs, given away 18 runs. He actually put the brakes on the scoring rate of the Kiwis in the previous match.
Yeah, his bowling style and actually reminds me of England's Chris Dearden, who unfortunately didn't make the match day squad, but a vital member of the England team. Lots of flight. Chris Dearden gives. Flight to deliver again. Merriman uses his feet. Oh, that's beautifully played. But well stopped. Out in the deep there. Good fielding. Keeping it just to a 1. It's hit powerfully. I fancy Monty Douglas to try and meet this on the full H and look to deposit it somewhere. No, I'm completely wrong. Off the docks, cut to backward point, and there's no run.
Good bowling, flatter and quicker ball on that occasion, not giving any air for Douglas, and there is no chance for him to getting underneath that ball. And this time, little bit of flight, hit straight to that long on fielder. Good start to David Wenham. 4 singles of that over, and how fastly he completes that over, that's the key. They are just running through with the overs. Suddenly, the overs will be 25 and 26 in no time. The batters would have been thought they are playing well. When they are rushing through the overs, this match is going at a very good pace, and even for the viewers, when the match will go at this pace, it will be entertaining for the viewers as well as to watch.
Yep, Australia rattling through their overs. It's going to be Jackson again from the hostel end. Merriman on strike. In he comes, bowls. Merriman sweeps. There is a man at backward square who does the fielding, keeps it to 1. England 104 for 1. approaching the midway point of their innings.
Actually, we started this innings at local time 9:30, and now the time is 10:50. The actual overs to be bowled by this time will be 19. They are well over the 19 overs mark. They are almost into the 23rd over now. Good discipline shown here from the Australians on the field, as well as the bowlers. They hardly given away any extra balls. He's just inviting Monty Douglas to go over that long on region. Like, look at the field setting. Like, he's having the mid-on fielder, not the long on. He just wants Monty Douglas to hit across the line.
Yeah, great spot that H. Jackson is challenging Douglas. He knows that he's not comfortable, but he wants him to try and play right across the line, which is why he's got his fielders out there in a quite sort of unorthodox position for a leg spinner. That's a good delivery as well, just forcing Douglas to play forward. Yeah, it's great bowling and great captaincy as well. Australians have done the homework on Douglas. They know where he's strong. They know, having seen him out there with Jackson bowling, he doesn't look particularly comfortable. He had the streaky 4 in the last over from Jackson, didn't he? That went mistimed really, but went through the vacant gully area for 4. Good captaincy, but excellent bowling from Jackson to bowl to the field that the captain has set. Very good cricket.
It's great cricket. Like, it's a mind game. Like, when you are playing at a certain level, the cricket is just about the mind game. The skills, without the skills, you couldn't play at this level. And after that, it's all about mind. The whichever team will comes out with a stronger mindset, they will actually win the game most of the time. And so far, Monty Douglas is not falling to the trap. Rare drop catch. Once again a drop catch. Second drop catch of this match. We are seeing it here. And second time, Richard Merriman is the luckiest batter on that occasion. Just looking to whip that ball wider of that long on fielder.
Oh, he's missed stumping opportunity.
And back-to-back opportunities going down for the Aussies. We won't see this often from the Australian fielding unit.
Well, a comment from Ian on the message boards. Ian, I will come to it in a touch. Shot. Yeah, Merriman just turns that round the corner, just paddled round backwards to square for 4.
And with this boundary, definitely the pressure being released here for the England side. The dot balls is just building up the pressure. And look at that. The batter is doing something different to score runs. He's just shuffling across the stumps. He connected well, but not a good looking shot from a top order batter when we are in the 24th over. Just shuffling across to score runs. It stayed to that backward point fielder. Excellent over. This is from Henham. He almost got both the batters out in this over. Single down to mid-wicket region, single to end the over. End of 24 overs, England 111 for 1. And do you think this is the unlucky number for the England side?
Well, I'm hoping not, H. I mean, superstition, we all know what happens on treble 1. But just quickly, Ian, your comments? What's with the commentary? I won't read you your full comment out. You're asking why there's no Australian commentator. Well, the Australians saw fit not to bring an official commentator to this tournament. Myself, Rash Mahmood, I'm the official England commentator. England reached the final. All matches here are covered by at least one commentator, if a nation has brought one, and our local Indian colleagues. I hope that answers your question as to why a POM's commentating. That's the reason why.
I think England is the only team with the home commentator coming in for this tournament.
Wales. Yep.
And also like Wales, they have their home team commentator. There was a good shot, battling it down to that square leg boundary. The ball just stopped in front of the boundary rope, and there was a good chase from the fielder. Couple of runs added to the score, and it's really been a great experience working with you guys. The work ethics, what you guys have been teaching us, we have a lot of good things to learn from you.
Oh, it's gone.
It was a good shot, taking it on the full, not middle that properly, and it's 50 coming up here for Richard Merriman. He moves on to 52 with that boundary. Good shot from the England captain. And I think this is his third 50 in this tournament so far, with a couple of 30s under his name.
Yeah, beaten that time. Well done, Richard Merriman. Good half century. He'll look to progress now with Monty Douglas, but beaten there by a good delivery from Jackson, looking to cut it away. Fly to delivery. Merriman looking to sweep again. Backwards. A point. There's no run. England 117 for 1 off 25 overs. Richard Merriman not out on 52. Monty Douglas, well, the Aussies will be absolutely delighted to keep him just to 29 off 52. He started off very, very quickly, but the bowling of Jackson, particularly to Douglas, has just put the shackles on him. Good contest this. 25 gone, 117 for 1.
Australians, they produced a couple of chances in the previous over, gone begging, one down to long on, and missed a stumping chance. They desperately needed a wicket. This partnership was growing in confidence. They both added 71 of 103 balls. And we already seen some good intent from Richard Merriman, and now he passed 50 runs. And it definitely feels like he will shift one more gear up to put the accelerator on the scoring board. They have a definite field set for Monty Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas has used his feet the last two. He's not going to get frustrated. He's gone straight to the fielder. Excellent field placing. Excellent placement by the bowler. Douglas just needs to remain calm. Third consecutive one. The same fielder. Yeah, I've been there, and H has been there. When you're batting, you're hitting it right out the middle, and it's going straight to the fielder. Very frustrating. He's just got to keep concentrating, not get too disheartened. That's well played by Douglas. Just composes himself. Good over so far from David Wenham.
And happy to watch Bill Blair warming up in the square leg region. Anytime he can come into bowl here. Just a single to end the over. End of 26 overs, England 117 for 1.
Yeah, single off the last. Good over that by David Wenham. Bowling to his field. Monty Douglas, 3 consecutive shots to the same fielder. At mid-on, hit him very powerfully, but well fielded. Drinks being taken by the players. Temperature rising here at the SRI Ramachandra Stadium in Chennai. Important to get fluids on. England going along at 4.54 runs and over. The projected score at that run rate, 204. But the last 5 overs, they've only scored 18 runs. For me, Australia in the ascendancy. And right on cue. I've been looking forward to this, and I know H has. A change at the hostel end. Looks like Billy Blair is going to be coming on. One of your favourite players, H, isn't he?
Yes, one of the greatest fast bowler I had seen in this tournament so far. Like I was been so impressed with his action. And the carry which he gets to the keeper, like whenever he bowls, I think he has been brought in to get some bit of reverse swing with this semi-old ball.
Yeah, Billy Blair has bowled absolutely tremendously in this tournament. He's been one of the standout players. His figures probably don't reflect how good he's actually bowled, H, if I'm perfectly honest. But as we're so used to seeing keepers standing up and what have you, just look where the Aussie keeper is. He's back a long way. And as you say, good exponent of reverse swing, Bill Blair. However, Monty Douglas is a player that likes the ball to come onto him at pace. I don't think he'll be fazed by this. Maybe after his trials and tribulations against Jackson, who was bowling from the hostel end, it'll be more to Monty Douglas's liking. Let's have a look.
He bowled well without any luck in this tournament so far. Like his figures didn't reflect because most of the time when he bowled, he beaten both the outside edges as well as the inside edges, which gone for the boundaries. And started off with the over pitch ball. It was been driven straight to the extra cover fielder. Dot ball to begin this spell here for Billy Blair.
Straight away, look. Yeah, straight away Monty Douglas looked a lot more comfortable, didn't he, H? Ball coming on to him. 2 forceful shots, the first stopped in the covers, the next one played down to long off. Looks a lot more comfortable against pace.
And not the regular bowling action here from Bill Blair. I'm not sure like why he was been brought in the 27th over. And also he's bowling with a shorter run up here. In the previous match I had seen him bowling almost from the 30-odd circle. He was been running in. And once again hitting the right areas, just bowling to his field. Richard Merriman batting on 52 of 73 balls with 9 boundaries. Drifting down the leg stump, there was a good stop from the keeper.
Yeah, pacier delivery, quickest of his over so far. That did travel. Billy Blair warming into his task nicely then.
Going for a wild swing, missing that ball completely.
Well, there was a big appeal H for caught behind. Billy Blair was absolutely convinced. And the umpire, Venkatesan, standing at the hostel end, completely unmoved. Billy Blair can't believe it.
It was a good shout, but the umpiring has been at the top notch. I don't think there was any edge on that occasion. Looking to give charge this time, looking to go over the square leg region. Thick inside edge. Good work from the keeper as well to get that ball. 3 singles in Bill Blair. First 5 balls. Once again, drifting down the leg stump. No connection from the batter. Another leg by. End of 27 overs, England 122 for 1.
Good start by Bill Blair, wasn't it, H? Right on it. Pacey delivery, the fourth one of the over. Signalled a wide. I think he'll get better as those muscles start to loosen. And like you said, his bowling figures in this tournament do not give him justice. I've watched him. He's an excellent player. But a very good point you made, H, about his shortened run-up. I don't know if he's carrying a slight injury and possibly why he was brought on so late. I don't know. I've not had any conversation with the Australian team. Presumably, they feel that he's better off this short run-up. There might be an underlying problem. We're not privy to it. But regardless of that,
David Wenham, he's continuing his good work from the pavilion end. He's just keeping one end really very quiet. He's into his 4th over, just considered 11 runs so far. He created a couple of opportunities. And this time good shot from Monty Douglas. He was been kept quiet for so long, and this was been well stuck. First sixer for him, third to the England scoreboard. The moment it hit the bat, we all knew the ball is going to travel for some distance. Good shot. And right immediately, there was a shout for an run out there. Close call. But the benefit of doubt is going to the batsman's favour. What do you think? Do you think the batter was been made his ground on that occasion?
Well, Monty Douglas is not the quickest between the wickets, and I'm not being unkind to him. I think he'll be the first to admit it. He set off straight away. Great bit of fielding in the covers region. Douglas, well, he was struggling. It was a direct hit. Umpire Martin Whale, he was unmoved. Great cricket from the Australians. They are a good fielding unit. It was close.
And right after that, six being hit from Monty Douglas.
Lovely shot.
There was a good shot. Played it late, just waiting for the ball to come on to him. Just a single, but there is this shot of a man who is in full form. Richard Merriman. He batted for 76 balls for his 53. Just flatter and quicker. This time straight on to the long on fielder. Right after the 6, David Wenham is just shortening his length a little bit here. Not giving anything air and not allowing the batter to come underneath the ball. This time stayed in the hands of the fielder. The fielder makes no mistake. Judd is the catcher. Good catcher. And what a partnership coming to an end here for the English side. They both added 85 for the third wicket, and finally the wicket is going down here for the England. David Wenham as the bowler. End of 28 overs, England 131 for 2.
Yeah, good breakthrough for Australia. Good reward for David Wenham. Nice catch by Pete Judd out there in the deep. Skipper Richard Merriman, he's going to be disappointed with that. It was a full toss, didn't quite catch all of it, but a very good catch by Pete Judd. Judged it very, very well indeed. Well, game on. England 131 for 2. Approaching the end, 27th over. Good innings by the skipper Richard Merriman. 53 from 76 deliveries with 9 fours. That brings Mel Hussain to the crease. Correction, it doesn't. There's been a change. It's Nick Newman. Nick Newman, number 12, to the crease. Well, I was present when he and Monty Douglas were on a masterclass of batting the other day. 150 plus partnership between these two, both making centuries. Newman 107 not out, Douglas 104 not out. It really was a joy to watch at this ground. So, Bill Blair from the hostel end into Douglas. He bowls. Douglas looks to play aggressively. Yes is the shout. And comfortably makes it. Fielded at mid-on. 132 for 2. So, Nick Newman. England dearly like him to play an innings like he played the other day. I fancy it's going to be a bit tougher for him as he takes his first ball from Bill Blair from the hostel end. Oh, there was an appeal for LBW and that's out. Newman out first ball, looking to be aggressive, play it down the leg side. Bill Blair full, straight and quick, right in front of the stumps from our position H. That looked absolutely plump.
The moment it hits the pad, we knew the batter is on a struggle. I think he picked the length wrongly on that occasion. He would have been thought the ball was been on the length, but look at he got that little bit of shape in the air when it's approaching to the batter. That late tail towards the batsman that got the batter into trouble.
Yep, bit of shape. Bill Blair, full, straight. Nick Newman playing across the line, trying to be aggressive from the off, trying to assert his authority. Bang in front. I don't think he can have any qualms about the decision made by umpire Venkatesan at the hostel end. Well, 2 quick wickets for Australia. 132 for 3 England now. Nick Newman out first ball. Off the bowling of Bill Blair. And it does indeed now, I believe. Yep. Tall figure of Mel Hussain, number 10 on his back. And such has been the way that England have batted in this tournament. He's only really had a few knocks, but he's looked in good nick in the last few. Looked composed at the crease. He's a very, very good timer of the ball when he's in the right mindset. He's got to just dig in here. Australia in the ascendancy. Here's Blair to Hussain, nicely timed into the onside. Two is the shout. No, Douglas not looking. Good fielding out there. Hussain off the mark with the first ball.
He got some score in this tournament so far. Like he had scored almost 120 runs in this tournament so far. Good shot down the ground. That was a great shot. Going straight down the ground, all along the carpet, not looking to go aerial. This outfield is lightning quick. Good shot. Right after that couple of wickets, this is the much needed boundary here for the England to break the shackles. And another couple of wickets, I think this English side will be under some pressure. Straight to the point fielder, there is a mix-up between the batters. Good stop. And he's struggling with a little bit of strain out there. Monty Douglas, he is the key man.
Well, I did mention Monty Douglas, not the quickest between the wickets. I was a bit surprised he went for the single there, H. Good fielding. Backwards a point. He'd already set off, had to put the brakes on. I think he may have just tweaked his knee. I hope it's not too serious. The England team will be desperate for him to remain out there and be okay. Key part of this England batting lineup. But he put the brakes on quite quickly. He had to turn and get back. Just made his ground. You can see him just flexing his knee.
Even for the youngsters, it's not easy to turns back once you set off. He's a big unit, Monty Douglas.
I shall tell him that after the game, H. You can introduce yourself and Mr. Douglas, you're a big unit.
No, like he looks like a boxer out in the middle, like with the wide open shoulders.
Yeah, he is. He's 65 years old, Monty Douglas. Can you believe it, folks? 65 years old. Fit as a butcher's dog, as we say back in Yorkshire. Very, very solid. Very powerful individual. Just taking on some fluids. And the Australian team doing the same. Temperature rising here, H, isn't it? We can feel it in our commentary position. The temperature really has risen quite substantially in the last half hour or so.
And for the youngsters, and especially for the 2K and 210 kids, those who are having the mobiles in hand and playing the video games back home, they need to watch these players, like how fit they are. They are 60 and 65 and they are out there in the middle and playing for the team and showing their fitness level. And guys, those are just with the video games. You're already with the obesities and with a lot of medicines in your kiddie, and it's time for you guys to go out and play in the sun. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I've said it all along, and I'm sure you said it during your commentaries, H. You can't underestimate, folks, the level of fitness that these guys out here and all the guys in the 12 teams in the tournament have shown. These are players in their 60s. Many will have played cricket for a long time, had successful club careers and higher, but they've continued playing. And I think the great thing is the attitude of all the players is to get themselves in the right frame of mind firstly, but secondly to be physically fit to play in 30 plus degrees heat with 70 plus humidity. And the schedule, which was brutal. England played 3 group matches in 4 days to start off. Back-to-back games is hard enough for anybody, but when you're 60 plus, well, it's a testament to not only their fitness, but their drive, their energy, their commitment, and their love of the game of cricket. To come out here to represent the country, I'm full of admiration for all the players who have stepped on the pitch. It's been a wonderful example that age is no barrier. If you've still got the mindset, if you've still got the desire, if you've still got the hunger, and let's be honest, you've still got the skill. This has been a tremendous tournament. If anyone had thought this was over 60s tournament, it's just going to be dibbly-doubly bowling and players just ambling around, boy, have you been in for a bit of a shock. It has been absolutely tremendous, and it's been an absolute pleasure for me to be here as part of the official England team. And I know, H, we've spoken, you've thoroughly enjoyed your matches, and we've had the opportunity to watch the other matches. It's been top class cricket.
It's top class cricket from all the players, and what a tournament this has been. 12 teams, all teams with some good players in their side. And I was been so impressed with the side named the rest of the world. Almost the players are from 6 to 7 countries with different culture and with different work ethics. They all came together as a team and playing here. And this is what the sport will do beyond boundaries. They actually unite nations. The good friendship will be built between the boundaries and between the countries. And I think only the sport can bring this much of connection to the public as well. And it's a great opportunity for the people like me to work with the international commentators. What a tournament, and we are into the finals. After 29 overs, England 137 for 3, couple of quick wickets in last 2 overs. And with another wicket or two, that will definitely put Australia in the driver's seat. Right now this match is evenly poised now. 16 overs left. Looking to turn that ball towards the mid-wicket region, got the leading edge. Most of the matches for the England, the top order had done a bulk of the scoring in this tournament. Like in the knockout stages, suddenly if the middle order and the lower middle order comes in, they will definitely feel that heat and pressure. Like, do you think the England middle order and lower middle order had enough hurt in the middle?
No, it's a really good point, H. They haven't. Such has been the dominance of England in the group matches. You know, winning by 8 wickets and 9 wickets. I'll just break off. And then comes in again, bowls. Monty Douglas back out there. Just keeps flexing his right knee. Just plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a question that's been asked by a lot of people. The England sort of middle order, lower middle order, haven't really had a chance to get time out in the middle. Be interesting to see if they do get there, how they're going to approach it. Douglas down the pitch, plays that powerfully. Fielder down there. At long on, he trots through for a single.
David Wenham continuing tossed a ball on the middle stump, going in one knee. A good shot, just a single, but that was a good looking shot to end the over. End of 30 overs, England 140 for 3.
Yeah, Australia going well. England, well, 15 overs to go. Projected score at the moment 210. I don't think that's enough on this wicket against this very, very talented Australian team. They bat all the way down. But having said that, the England batting, lots of strength in depth. Just got to consolidate here, the England pair, Mel Hussain and Monty Douglas. I would look in the next 5 overs for them to be around the 180 mark. We'll give them a good platform in the last 10 with 7 wickets remaining to have a real go. But the Australians, they'll be aware of that. They're going to try to not give anything away as the excellent Billy Blair continues from the hostel end into Hussain. Strikes him on the pad. Hussain looking to play an expansive shot towards mid-wicket. Misses that. Strikes the pad and there's no run.
In next 15 overs, definitely England will be looking for another 100 to 120 runs to get to the competitive score 260, 270 will be the par score. He's making a good sound of the bat. Mil Hussein. He just walked in.
Yeah, just a comment on the message board. John Fay, thank you, John. Let's go England. Aussie pressure building. Absolutely right.
Punch down the ground for another single. And Monty Douglas, he's approaching to his another 50 in this tournament. Just 4 short of his 50. And he's hitting the good lengths here, Bill Blair. Not looking to bowl, really express here.
Yeah, it's just wicket to wicket, isn't it, H? Putting pressure on the batsmen, making them play.
Not giving any room outside the off stump for the batter to free his arms. You miss high hit. That's the theory here from Bill Blair in this match so far. And he has been successful as well. He already picked up a wicket, a very important wicket of the English captain. Quick single, good single taken here. With that single, Monty Douglas, he is keeping strike for the 32nd over. End of 31 overs, England 144 for 3.
Yeah, another good over there by Billy Blair. 4 singles from it. The Aussie skipper, Pete Jensen, be delighted with the effort from his boys out there so far. England got off to a flyer. Nick Gaywood striking the ball beautifully. Only 2 big sixes. But Australia have fought back well. Back-to-back wickets of Merriman and Nick Newman out for a duck, first ball, LBW. They've reined this very, very good England batting unit in. And David Wenham, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. He's going to continue from the pavilion end into Monty Douglas. Here he comes. Douglas just looks to turn that into the offside, squirts off the outside edge of the bat. It's fielded at gully, and there's no run.
And can you tell us about the playing conditions? How about the playing conditions? How do you feel about the grounds here in Chennai? It was a good shot. Just short of that long off fielder. Good stop in the end. Just kept it for a single. Monty Douglas going for a big hit to reach his 50. Once again going for another big hit, chipping down the wicket, going to go over the mid-wicket region. Got the thick inside edge, running down to that square leg region. Just a single, but there is a definite intent from the English batters now to go after the Australians. Couple of big hits not been connected. One thing that fielder is kept busy. Third single of that over.
Yeah, the pitches out here, I think 6 grounds used, 8, they've all been magnificent. There'll be no complaints about the quality and standard of pitches out here in Chennai. Full toss.
Great stop.
Good stop again. This Australian fielding has been excellent. England dealing singles at the moment. That won't bother the Aussies one bit. Wenham, he has bowled well from this pavilion end, hasn't he, H? He's exceptionally well. Douglas comes down the pitch. Wow. Well, he waltzed down the pitch, did Monty Douglas. Minimum amount of effort, such a powerful man. He's a big unit, as H said. And that brings up his 50. He moves to 55 off 77 deliveries 5 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 70.51. England will be hoping that with that 6, Douglas, along with Mel Hussain, will be able to push on. England 154 for 3 after 32 overs. And it's going to be Billy Blair to continue from the hostel end. A welcome boundary. And well battered Monty Douglas.
And what a hit to bring up his off century. He moves on to 55 with that 6. Just chipping down the wicket and hitting that ball over the bowler side. Good shot. Taking it on the full. Good shot. Back-to-back boundaries here for the English team. No, it was been stopped well before the boundary rope. A couple of runs. Good start to the over. Mel Hussain and Monty Douglas, they both added 24 for the 5th wicket. Again, a good partnership is building up between these two batters. The partnership is the key in any format of the game. And this 24 runs coming in good time. They both didn't waste any time in the middle. And they both are very busy players. They just like to get runs. They just and once again,
Great shot.
Drifting onto the pads, and that was been clipped away nicely. Good shot. This is much better shot from Mel Hussain onto his pads, and it has been clipped away nicely. Good shot.
Yeah, beautiful timing from Mel Hussain there. He has been in good nick. Just rolled his wrist. Slightly overpitched by Billy Blair. Hussain onto it on a flash. As a consequence, always thinking the Aussie skipper. Man goes back. Deep mid-wicket boundary.
This time on the offside, stay to that point fielder. Flashes and flashes out. They have a protection in the deep, but there was another good looking shot here from Mel Hussain. So far he's looking really very comfortable in the middle. Looking in good touch. Dot ball to end the over. Expensive over and good one for England. After 33 overs, 161 for 3.
Yeah, 7 from it. In part to a fantastic shot by Mel Hussain, whipping Billy Blair into the leg side for 4. This partnership, 29 of 28. England 161 for 3 off 33 overs. As I mentioned a few overs ago, they'll be looking to get towards the 180 mark off 35 overs to give themselves a platform to attack in the last 10. 7 wickets in hand. Monty Douglas, set batsman out there. Mel Hussain, he's 14 off 15, showing good intent. Looks to be a change at the pavilion end.
I think he's Peter Orley.
David Wenham being replaced.
Peter Orley is the bowler. No, right?
Who the bowler is? Darren Smith.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not Darren Smith.
Little bit of mix up between the batters in the middle, but in the end, no damage being done on the pads. It was been stay to that short square leg fielder. Yearly short of no from Monty Douglas. Good bowling, good fast hands behind the stumps. Missed out the stumping. Earlier, and this time it was a good take from the keeper. And Darren Smith, he's been brought back into the attack, replacing David Menam.
Yeah, good work behind the stumps there. Smith in again then to Hussain. Flatter delivery, quicker. Hussain just punches that down the ground. Trots through for a single.
Good start to his over for Darren Smith. Good powerful shot down to square leg region. Penny Casio is the big fielder. Good stop. Just a couple of singles so far. Quite over.
Oh.
And missed it completely. That misses everyone. It was been given us 4 from the batter. I think he got the thick outside edge. Once again, the ball is just going on with the arm.
Yeah, genuine edge there from Hussain.
Good over from Darren Smith. After 34 overs, England 167 for 3. Still we have 11 more overs in this first innings of England. The partnership worth 35 between these two batters, Mel Hussain and Monty Douglas.
Yeah, very good over there from Darren Smith. Genuine edge from Mel Hussain there. The slip was in place. It would have been a nice, easy catch. Another change now at the hostel end. Are you surprised at this age? Billy Blair had been bowling so well.
Absolutely not. I think he's a seasoned cricketer. Tony Penny Casio is coming back into the attack. Straight away, there is a chance for a cotton bowled. And what a catch that has been. Not an easy catch to take. There was a miss hit. The ball goes in the air. And he was been backpedaling to that ball. That was a good catch from Tony Penny Casio. And good innings coming to an end here for Monty Douglas.
Yeah, well, folks, I cannot underestimate the absolute brilliance of that catch off Monty Douglas there by Tony Penny Casio. It went miles in the air. It was swirling. He was looking into the sun. Didn't appeared to have found it first off and then lost it in flight. Backpedaled, lost it again, regained it in his sight. It is an absolutely tremendous catch. I hope the pictures do it justice. Here live, well, people are open mouthed. You're just looking round. It was a tremendous catch, but a vital wicket for Australia. Monty Douglas looking to impose his will straight away. Tony Panicasio coming on to replace Bill Blair at the hostel end. Strikes with his first ball. England 167 for 4 now. Monty Douglas, well, he'll be disappointed with the way his innings went. He only knows one way to play. He doesn't like the bowlers to dominate him. He tries to impose his will. Went down the pitch, straight up in the air. He goes for 56 off 80 deliveries with 5 fours and 2 sixes.
This is what he had done against the Kiwis in the previous match. In his second spell, straight away, he's picking up the wicket here. That was the wicket of Monty Douglas. And the local time is 11:40. The ball was right under the sun. And look at the amount of turn which he's getting and the grip which is getting from this wicket. But this old ball.
Oh, he's going to be enjoying this. Panicasio, 6 wickets in his previous one. Steve Aston, the new batsman out for England, the England stumper. Oh, that's another one. Aston hesitant, just loops towards gully. Yeah, you don't want to give good bowlers like Panicasio any confidence whatsoever, because he's going to thrive on it. He's going to really challenge these England batters now. In he comes again from the hostel end. That's a quicker delivery. Aston back in his stance, just plays that out backwards of point. It's fielded and there's no run. Yeah, he's really going to be on it now.
And with the ball is turning now, do you think it's a time to bring in another catching fielder in the slip area?
Yeah, I definitely would, personally. I don't think you're losing anything by having the boundary riders. England, well, struggling a bit. Australia will know that they're in the ascendancy. Put the pressure on. Make the England batsmen play over the top if they have to. Build pressure. I'd certainly have a slip in. Here's Panicasio again. He both fly to delivery. Aston's going big. In the air. Played towards long on. He trots through to get off the mark. End of an excellent over. Well done. Well done, Panicasio. Great catch off of your own bowling. England 168 for 4 off 35 overs. We're into the last 10. Mel Hussain 19 off 20 deliveries, and Steve Aston, the England stumper, just come out. Single off the last ball. He'll be facing at the hostel end. Yeah, applause as Tony comes towards us, takes up a position at deep square leg. It really was a tremendous catch, folks. Absolutely top draw. Particularly difficult off your own bowling H though, isn't it? He was looking up into the sun. It really was a very, very good catch. Well, England under the pump here. The Australians, well, they will feel they can get another couple of quick wickets here. Possibly keep England under 200, which will be a tremendous achievement. Let's see how the last 10 pan out.
And the Aussies will be happy if they can able to manage to keep England anything below 230. The kind of start which the English side have got in this match of 46 for no loss after the 7.4 overs. I think if anything below 230 they will be really very happy. Stewartson played 6 balls and just manages a single, chipping down the wicket, going for the quick single. He has to hurry, and there was a direct hit and given up straight away. And 5th wicket going down here for the England. What a good piece of fielding. What a effort that has been. Just one stump to aim at, and it's bingo. Great pickup and great throw.
Well, I mentioned how good this Australian fielding unit is. If you wanted any example to back my statement up, there it was. Aston coming down the pitch, played it out into the offside, set off immediately. Beautiful, clean pick-up and throw. And the fielder only had one stump to aim at. Direct hit, Aston well out of his ground. England in trouble. 168 for 5. Australia, well, they're putting the hammer down. England have got to make sure that they bat out their 45 overs, try and get a score of at least 230. It's going to be difficult against these Aussies now. They've got the tails up. England, well, they need to dig in. Imperative they see the 45 overs out. Great bit of fielding.
And I think from here, England, they need to take this game as deep as possible now. They have another 59 balls to bat out. If they bat for another 4-5 overs without taking any risk, they can score in last 5. And good looking shot to open his account down the ground. Graham Shah is the batter.
Well, Graham Shaw himself and Mel Hussain got England over the line against Sri Lanka after a bit of a wobble. Very powerful hitter, good striker of the ball.
After that run out, 3 singles been taken here. Is there any county cricketer or any ex-international English player playing this side?
Yeah, Mel Hussain. Those of you who know, just I'll break off. Comes in again, bowls, short, cuts powerfully. That beats the fielder there. So he's a very, very powerful striker of the ball. Oh, it's a great chase. Oh, confusion by the batsman. Well, that's poor from England, but that is absolutely tremendous from Australia. Fielder never gave it up. Looked 4 for all the money. Fielder never gave it up. Graham Shaw, they trotted to the non-striker's end, thinking it was 4. Fielded, only gets the 1. Poor from England, excellent from Australia. 172 for 5 after 36. Yep, Mel Hussain, he started out. He's the brother of Nasser Hussain, the former England Test captain. Played for Essex and Hampshire. And all these boys have played at a good standard. And just for our viewers around the world, wherever you are, the over 60s category in England is the fastest growing participation in cricket. They have over 3,500 registered players. I think 38 of the 40 odd counties in England have teams in the over 40s, over 50s and the over 60s. As Panicasio comes in again, fly to delivery. Shaw looks to play that powerfully, slightly mistimed, goes out to mid-on and there's no run. So they've got a large player pool to select. These boys have all played good cricket in their time. Panicasio in again, short back, rocks back in his crease, just plays that out. It's fielded and there's no run.
And want to hear from you, like how's Graham Hick? I'm a great fan of him.
Oh, that's gone.
Good shot, just for a single, straight to that mid-wicket fielder. I guess if I'm not wrong, he almost played till 50 in his first class career itself, Graham Hick.
Yeah, he certainly did, H. I think he went just past 50 actually. What a tremendous
Almost
batsman he was.
30,000 runs in the county cricket.
Hussain down the ground. Quick call. Another single for England. Yeah, Graham Hick, he got some stick early on in his career, but he persevered. One of the truly greats of the game. Fortunate to have seen him on a number of occasions. Panicasio in again, short. Just makes his man, hits it powerfully, but good bit of fielding by the bowler. Stopped runs again. It's been a tremendous effort by this Australian fielding unit. Panicasio in again. Shaw looking to go big. That's in the air. It's gone. That's 6. Powerful man Graham Shaw. For a moment or two, the fielder at long on was looking interested. He soon gave that up as he watched the ball sail over his head. Welcome 6 for England. Good shot by Graham Shaw.
That was been connected really well. The ball gone past the boundary rope quite easily on that occasion. Almost 6-7 yards beyond that boundary rope. Good hit. And the good thing about the batting is they are not just getting into the shell. They are just putting the pressure back onto the bowling side. They are just stamping their authority.
Well, England will know actually they've got to put the hammer down from here. Yes, they're at 5 down, but they can't be just prodding singles about. They've got to go for the shots. That's a lovely shot from Hussain down the ground. It is just another single though. They'll be mindful the overs are running out. They'll know that they've got to get up to at least 250 to give themselves a chance on this pitch against this very, very talented Australian batting outfit. Shaw. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a great. Oh, he's put it down. Well, apologies, folks. Graham Shaw rocks back in his crease, just chipped it out to backward point. The fielder there made a tremendous effort. I think he actually got to the ball, but the impact of him going to the ground, he's dropped it. Will Australia rue that missed chance? Lifeline for Graham Shaw.
It's a good effort. Just lost the ball when he's been diving on the ground. Good Yorker ball. A good piece of bowling here from Darren Smith. Just tightening the screws without giving away any easy runs. They definitely need a boundary every over from here on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Chipping down the wicket, getting the leading edge, running the quick single. Good bowling. The pressure has been keep on building from some good bowling from both the ends, not just from one end. Darren Smith is into the 7th over. Once again, Yorker length. It was been defended well. Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's intelligent, isn't it, from Darren Smith? 2 quicker deliveries right in the block hole. Good cricket.
And this time he just slowed it up. Flatter ball, but a lot slower this time. Excellent over. And just 3 runs in that over. End of 38 overs, England 183 for 5.
Yeah, cat and mouse game going on out here, H. Australia, well, they know the England boys are going to have to go for it. 5 wickets down. They're going to give the England boys absolutely nothing. The England boys are going to have to work for every single run, but as you said, singles aren't going to get them up towards 250. They need at least a boundary in each over. It's the excellent Tony Panicasio to continue from the hostel end. Mel Hussain, 24 of 26 deliveries, 2 boundaries. He's trying to do his bit. Graham Shaw, he's 10 off 10, including a 6 over long on. Here's Panicasio then. In he comes. He bowls. Hussain just prods forward. Wicket keeper comes out from behind his position, behind the stumps, does the fielding. There's no run. The projected score from here, 216 H. It's not going to be enough, is it?
Definitely not going to be enough. They at least, as you said, they need a 250 to give something for the bowlers to bowl. And there is a stumping chance, and it has been given out. Tossed a ball on the middle stump. A little bit of turn for the left-hand spinner. And excellent glove work. Second stumping of this innings. Tony Penicasio picking up his second wicket. And Mil Hussain is the settled batter walking back into the dugout.
Yeah, can't praise Tony Penicasio enough. He knows the score. Flight to delivery. Hussain comes down the wicket, looking to push the score on. Nothing wrong with Mel Hussain's intent. Tremendous piece of bowling. And Claude Orlando behind the stumps. Good hands. He's been exceptional during this tournament. Good take. Bale's whipped off. Hussain well out of his ground, floundering on the floor. Another wicket for the Australians. England, well, they've still got to bat their overs out. That is the imperative, but they're now 6 down. Mel Hussain goes for 24. Brings number 6 out to the crease. No, correction, it's not number 6. It's Phil Deakin, my apologies. Phil Deakin comes out to the crease. Wearing number 5. Well, here we go then. Penicasio to Deakin. First delivery. Deakin just plays that down the ground. Fielder runs in from long on. Another single. England must bat these overs out.
And this is where Tony Penicasio is dangerous. Look at the length which is bowling, not giving anything away to the batter. Just bowling the tight line and length. He's not looking to do anything fancy. He's not looking to bowl any magic ball out there to pick up the wickets. Just doing the basics right, hitting the right areas, hitting the right lengths. And the wicket is definitely helping for him. The older ball is certainly gripping a lot more in the wicket. And he's getting those turn to get those wickets. In the second spell, he already got a couple of wickets.
Oh, what a catch. What a catch.
What a return catch. Second for him. And second in this over. And that was been hit with some power. Excellent catch on his own bowling. Third wicket to Tony Penicasio. And 7th wicket going down here for England. They are struggling at the moment. 184 for 7.
Well, folks, if the catch that Tony Penicasio took off Monty Douglas was one of the best that I've seen in this tournament, and it certainly was, that beats it by a country mile. Graham Shaw, powerful hitter, he has absolutely smashed that back. Penicasio, if he hasn't caught it, it's going to do him some injury. It's been hit back with tremendous force, and Penicasio just caught it like he's shelling peas. Unbelievable catch. England in a real hole here. 184 for 7. 39 gone. Well, these Australians, they've done it all tournament. Once they've got you, they do not let up. It's been a tremendous display. Tremendous display from this Australian outfit. Yep, well done, Tony. As Tony Penicasio comes towards us to take up his position at deep square leg. Can England find a way out of the hole that they're in? 184 for 7, 39 gone. Phil Deakin taking strike at the hostel end. Darren Smith continuing. He's bowled very well, hasn't he, Darren Smith?
He certainly put the brakes on the scoring rate. He's into his 8th over, just considered 27 runs, kept on and really very tight. Not given any easy runs to the batters. Actually, he is the first person who put the brakes on the scoring rate. Especially to Douglas, he bowled with a certain plan. He actually bowled with the short mid-on as well as with the deep mid-on. little bit of a wider deep mid on position. And from now on, like if England bat out this another 6 overs, they will be definitely very happy. Two new batters, Jason Conant and Phil Dicken. Jason Conant, the left-hander, facing the off-spinner Darren Smith. Always the off-spinners love to bowl against the left-hand batters. Good-looking shot. No runs, but straight away he looks good. That will definitely settle the nerves of the England side in the dressing room. Once again, a good stop from the fielder. Not just with the tight bowling on, also with some excellent fielding effort. They actually put the brakes here on the England scoring rate. Excellent stop. Once again, great piece of fielding. Diving full-fledged on his right to stop that ball. Dot ball to end the over. Just 4 runs off it. End of 40 overs, England 188 for 7.
Well, I can guarantee you one thing, H, and for those tuning in, wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us. Australia right on top here. They're giving nothing away. England 7 down, 188. They had a spell, England, midway through their innings, where they were going well. Monty Douglas and Richard Merriman. It's been a good fight back by these Australians, backed up by some tremendous feeling. Not least Tony Panicasio. He's taken 2 wonderful catches off his own bowling. First one to dismiss Monty Douglas. The second one, well, that was even better. Off batting of Graham Shaw. And he's going to continue from the hostel end to Jason Conant. Just a slight change in the field here. Left-handed batsman. In he comes then. Bowls flighted. Conant plays it out into the offside. Strolls through for a single. 189 for 7.
He's into his final over, Tony Panicasio. What a second spell he's been bowled so far. Just 5 more balls left in his spell. It's interesting to watch whether England prefer to play out those 5 balls or they will look to take on Tony Panicasio, especially with the left-hand batter. And we've already seen a couple of sixes being hit against Tony Panicasio by the left-hander in this innings. As of now, first couple of balls have been watchfully played by these 2 batters. Still 4 more balls left in this over. Look at the amount of turn which he is getting in this wicket. The batsman left alone. Good bowling. Just tossing the ball up, inviting the batter on his front foot for the drive. 2 crucial balls coming up here from Tony Panicasio. Definitely he will be eyeing for 1 more wicket here. Little bit fuller.
Oh, it's a great catch.
And that was a great catch. 4th wicket for Tony Penicasio. Excellent catch. Diving forward is not an easy thing to do. And he did that with a lot of ease. Excellent catch. 8th wicket going down here for England. They are struggling at 190 for 8. And what do you think? In a second spell, he got 4 wickets. Would you think that he would have been bowled with the older ball itself?
Well, first and foremost, before I get onto that, another tremendous catch. That was struck very, very powerfully by Jason Court. It only went a couple of inches off the ground. I will try and get you the fielder. Who taught? Diving forward, as you say, not easy. Wonderful, wonderful catch. Yep, his second spell, Tony Penicasio, as you mentioned, he's got that ball to turn, he's got it to grip, he's got it to bounce. He's been helped a touch by 2 wonderful catches of his own bowling, of course. But he's also aware that he's challenging the England batters. He knows that they're going to have to try and accelerate the score. He's bowling wonderfully well. In he comes again then. That's just turned into the leg side. Well, what a spell by Tony Penicasio. Coming off his 6-wicket haul against the New Zealand team in the semi-finals a couple of days ago. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 32. 18 wickets in the tournament for him. An outstanding effort. Take a bow. Take say. Yeah, applause from myself and H and Sight next to me in the commentary position. We all love the game of cricket. We love seeing fantastic performances. H, that's right up there, isn't it?
Yes, that's been a standard performance from Tony Penicasio. He's been the difference in this game. Like if England want to win this match, they need someone from the bowling unit to step up. And at the present, they need to bat out these 4 overs. At least if they manage to get another 20-30 runs from here, that would be really very handy. And anything can happen in cricket, and you are playing the finals of it. If 1 or 2 quick wickets, that will definitely put brakes on the Aussies batting lineup as well.
Yeah, psychologically, H, more than anything, the England team are going to be a bit downcast, a bit downbeat back in the pavilion. They know what a good batting lineup they have, but they also know they're up against an exceptionally talented and gifted Australian team. There would have been no illusions how difficult this match was going to be. They were going well, but Australia, a fantastic effort after the 30 over drinks break, really. So England, yeah, psychologically, if they can get over the 200 mark, it'll give the boys in the pavilion a bit of a lift for when they come out to take on the Aussie batters. But you have to say, since the 30 over drinks break, Australia have been simply magnificent.
Like in the semi-finals against the New Zealand, they took almost 40 overs to chase down 133. This wicket will definitely slow down in the second half of the game. So like this partnership, I think it's really very key. They shouldn't lose hope. They at least need to take England about 210 runs mark from here. That will give something for the bowler to bowl with. Runs on the board in the finals will always put pressure on the batting side.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You've got to get the runs on the board, and the batting team, batting second, have got to get them. It's as simple as that. But psychologically for England, they must get to at least 200. Quicker delivery there. Another great bit of fielding. And just to point out, look where these Aussie fielders are. They're all in close, even at this stage of the game. They're challenging the England batsmen to go, listen, if you want to go over the top, go over the top. we're going to give you nothing close in. It's a chance of a run out. It's another good bit of fielding. It's been an exemplary performance in the field from the Australian team. Well marshalled by the skipper, Peter Jensen.
And look at the throw right on top of the stumps.
Yeah.
Nice height for the bowler to collect. Good skills been shown on the field as well from the Aussies, not just with the ball. It's in a couple of drop catches, but still it's a top class fielding effort.
Oh, another go. Just a quick comment that's made me chuckle here on the message board on the Nexus stream of this game from Universal Humour. Thank you for getting in touch. Some of these guys are below 60 years. They need to be investigated, I can assure you. Part of the organising committee. Everybody's age is verified, passports shown. But I agree, it's the effort that they put in. As H has mentioned, and I've mentioned during this commentary, it's really hot and humid out here. These boys at the end of a long tournament, they've reached the final, they're giving absolutely everything, and players half their age would be struggling. You will not find this level of cricket anywhere else in the world. These boys, hats off to you. It's been tremendous to watch.
Definitely, someone if they are watching from a distance, like from afar, if no one tells the age, they doesn't know these guys are 60 out in the middle, because the efforts which they are showing and the quality of cricket which they are playing, it's at high standard. And look at the catch which Tony Penicasio which he took on his own bowling, as well as the run out which I had seen.
Yeah, it's outstanding. Players half their age, they're going to be looking at it and think, goodness me. And if there's one thing that does come out of this tournament, H, I would just like to point out, club cricketers, wherever you are in the world, okay, if you've still got the enthusiasm, if you've still got the desire, and of course your body allows you to do it, there are pathways for you to continue playing cricket, and playing cricket at an international level. We've had 12 teams here, all the boys, various setups in different countries. England and Australia probably far ahead in terms of how they're set up in the over 60s department, but you can still play and produce absolutely world-class cricket.
Absolutely world-class cricket from this both sides so far in this tournament. Excellent to watch the effort of the batters as well as the bowlers. We are into the last 3 overs of this innings. England just getting closer to the 200 runs mark. Phil Jackson bowling to the left-hander. Flatter ball, hit straight to that longer fielder. Just a single. Just looking to do the modern cricketing shot here, just shuffling across the stumps and looking to whip that ball towards the square leg region. Thick inside edge, a couple of runs being taken.
Well, the best way I can describe that shot, ladies and gents, is agricultural. Phil Deakin, one of Lancashire's finest, shuffled across the crease, tried to play it down towards deep backward square.
And throughout this tournament, I was been so happy to watch that textbook kind of in cricket. Like after watching so much of 2020 and shorter format of the game, and even in the boss ball era, there was a good-looking shot, just one bounce to that longer fielder. Even in the test matches, the player like a Joe Root is going for a reverse scoop and getting out to the bowlers. I was been so impressed with the way these guys have been batting, just proper cricketing shots, and they are just showing to the world. This is the method to play cricket properly.
And right on
and
cue.
there was a good shot for the commentator's curse. Michael Palmer is showing like he can do a lot of these stuffs out in the middle. But this is the later part of the innings. We just have a couple of more overs left in this innings, and with that boundary, I think 200 coming up for the England. That is a good shot, nonetheless.
Yeah, good shot from Michael Palmer.
Good improvisation from the.
Very, very good improvisation, as H says. Just as he was saying, how delighted he was to see orthodox shots through this tournament. I'm glad he's got a commentator's curse in. I've had many if you followed my commentaries on the England game. But yeah, vital. England now on 202 for 8. Couple of overs to go. Can they eke out another 20 or so runs? 2 wickets remaining. 220. Well, I don't think it's enough on this pitch. Although, strange things happen.
No, what will happen here is if they get another 20 or 25 runs from here, this certainly started to think the momentum was been shifting on to them. The luck is on the rub. And if they comes out and if the new ball bowlers, if they manage to pick 1 or 2 wickets early, and what we say, like if Aussies were 60 for 2 in the first power play, definitely the game is on from there.
Yeah, I mean, England were obviously going to be disappointed with their batting effort. They got themselves into a really good position. You know, they were just shy of that 180 mark after 35 overs. Plenty wickets in hand, H. They would have been looking to add at least another 120 to get up towards 280. They certainly have it in their locker, but it's been a tremendous effort by these Australians. It really has been an absolute pleasure to sit here and watch it. It's just the nuances that I hope you're picking up. It's Peter Jensen, the Aussie skipper. He's thinking every single ball, and it's the minute movement of players, 5 yards this way, 5 yards that way. It's just been a masterclass of captaincy, backed up by some unbelievable fielding.
And also the bowling changes which he brought in. He brought the right bowlers at the right time. He shuffled his bowlers really well. He used his resources really well in this match so far. And the time which he bring Bill Blair, and he took that a very important wicket, that LBW.
Yeah, and Billy Blair, he's returning now. Change of ends for him from the pavilion end. 203 for 8 England. And Billy Blair again, he's only got the 1 wicket to his name. He's bowled magnificently well. Just the 20 runs going, 4.1 overs.
Last 10 balls of this innings, Billy Blair to Michael Palmer. Yorker length, and it was been dug out really well by the batter. Just in single, couple of singles to begin the second last over of this game, of this innings. They're just taking their time in to get the fielders in the right areas.
Yeah, even at this late stage with England struggling, it's the captaincy that's impressed me. Look, yeah, in consultation with the bowler, it's only moving players 5 or 6 yards. We can see it from here, folks. Even now, a fielder going out to the deep extra cover boundary, but a fielder's been brought in just at the 45 degrees on the offside. Here's Blair again, comes in, and and that nearly worked to perfection. Deakin coming down, slashed at it hard. There is a fielder who was about 5 yards there. He'd just been moved there into the region. Blair bowled it there. It's really, really top class cricket. Good 4 for England, much needed. 4 for Phil Deakin.
Good intent from the batter. He knew they need some runs, chipping down the wicket just wide of the off stump, and it was been put away nicely by the batter. Good shot. This time onto the pads, just drifting with the angle, with the natural angle which he gets to the right hander. Last ball of the over coming up here. Just 6 runs of this over in first 5 balls.
And interestingly, that fielder who was at 45 on the offside in this sort of gully area, he's been taken out. See what Billy Blair does on this delivery then. Spot on again. Yeah, that fielder, deep extra cover I mentioned a couple of balls ago, he moved from his position at deep backward point. If he hadn't been moved, that would have been a boundary for Phil Deakin. Tactically, it's been a masterclass by the Australian skipper and his boys. It's been really impressive to watch.
It's not just with the captaincy, and also how the players have been responded for his captain. That is what is really very impressive here. The fielder can, the captain can think whatever he wants, but it's important for the players to respond to his captain. It's been really very brilliant. And interestingly, the final over is going to bowled by a leg spinner.
Well, England 209 for 8, last over. Can they get up to 220 at least? 11 runs needed to get up to that mark. And even in this last over, change has been made to the field.
Couple of good hits definitely can get to 220 mark to England. They have 6 more balls left, and the important thing is Phil Deakin. He's on strike here. He batted 19 balls, chipping down the wicket, going wide of that long off fielder, running the first run hard, good running between the wicket, good aggressive running.
Great throw.
Also good throw. But running has been really very good on this occasion. He called for the second run. He knew Phil Deakin is the man who needs to be in strike. 5 more balls. That was been left alone in the final over of the innings. Seeing a batter is leaving the ball alone.
Well, Phil Deakin looks aghast. He thought that was a wide. Oh, he's out. He's out.
Once again, a good catch behind the stumps. Quicker ball, and with the soft hands, he just grabbed that ball. Excellent take behind the wickets.
Yeah, Phil Deakin was a bit nonplussed the previous delivery outside the off stump, which he thought was a wide. On that occasion, Jackson, flatter, quicker delivery. Deakin on the back foot, looking to play through the cover region. Thick edge, wasn't it? We could hear it from our commentary position. Another good take by Claude Orlando. England 211 for 9. There's Jim Phillips. Last batter for England, makes his way out. He's a good striker of the ball, Jim Phillips. He's going to need to be if England to get anywhere near a target of 220. Good bowling by Jackson, that.
Excellent bowling. Good change of pace. And Australians, they actually mixed their pace really well in this wicket. They didn't bowl at a similar pace for the batters to play. They just mixed their pace really well. There was a very quicker ball from the leg spinner, and Jim Phillips making his way out in the middle. And it has been called wide this time.
Well, that won't please Phil Deakin at all if he's in the pavilion area. That looked closer than the delivery he thought was a wide. Here's Jackson in again then. Phillips. That's a good shot into the offside. A good bit of fielding again. Billy Blair. Big boot on it. 213 for 9, England.
Showing a bit of his football skills in the middle. Billy Blair. Good stop in the end. Chipping down the wicket, got the thick inside edge, straight to that square leg fielder, just a single. Last ball of the innings coming here from Phil Jackson. He's bowling to Jim Phillips. He's on one. Definitely he will be eyeing for a big shot here. They have a deep square leg, long on, long off. Dot ball to end the innings. In the 45 overs, England 214 for 9. It is good bowling performances from the Aussies. England, they started off really well with the openers. Richard Merriman, the captain, he scored 53, and Nick Gaywood, he got England to a flying start until he was being trapped on the pads by Peter Jude. He scored 33 of 26 balls with 4 boundaries and 2 sixes. And Monty Douglas, I think that is where the momentum was been shifting back to the Australians. The Australians, once they able to keep him quiet in the middle, they felt like they were in the game. He batted 81 balls for his 56. Totally uncharacteristic strike rate from him. He just gone at a rate of 70 runs per 100 balls. And Newman, he missed out today. Got out very first ball to Bill Blair, LBW. And Mel Hussain, he batted briefly well. He scored 24 of 28 balls with 2 boundaries. And Steve Ashton, the wicket keeper, he just manages 1 run. And then in a little bit of a fight from the lower order batter, Graham Shaw, he made 10, and Phil Deacon in the end he got 17, and 2 and 8 respectively to Jason Kant and Michael Palmer. 9 extras been considered, 3 wides and 6 leg byes been considered here.
Yeah, the mishmash the England boys. But let's take nothing away from this Australian effort. Leading the way, as he has done, Tony Panicasio. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 32. Tremendous spell of bowling, including 2 catches off his own bowling. The first one from Monty Douglas, absolutely skied. He must have lost it in the air 3 times, Panicasio. Eventually, resighted the ball, and in it went into his grateful hands, removing the very dangerous Monty Douglas. And if that was a good catch, then off his own bowling again, Graham Shaw absolutely smashed the ball back. If he hadn't caught it, Panicasio, he would have ended up in the Medical College Hospital just behind us, because it was absolutely travelling. But a vital dismissal at the time. Beautiful bowling. Jeff Patterson, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 17. Peter Judd, well, his figures don't do him justice. I thought he bowled magnificently well. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. And again, Darren Smith, 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Phil Jackson, he bowled well again. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. David Wenham, bowling with his floppy hat. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. And Billy Blair, you know, he just does not get the wickets that his bowling producers. Another fabulous spell of bowling. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. As H said, that leaves England 214 for 9. Well, they did bat their 45 overs out. That was one of the objectives. But on this pitch, well, they are a talented bowling unit, England. They are a good fielding unit. If they can get a couple of wickets early, then we'll see how the Australians fare. But I think at half-time, the Australians will be much the happier of the two sides. They're going to be chasing a subpar score on what is a very, very good wicket. But it's been a masterful display by these Australians. Really put the squeeze on England, put the hammer down. Once they sensed blood, that was it. They restricted England. Well, England got a lot of thinking to do at half-time as refreshments are going to be taken. I'm going to leave you and get a bite to eat and a drink. I'll leave you in the capable hands of H, and join us at the resumption of the innings. It's about a 45-minute break, I think, H, isn't it? Or 40 minutes. So join us when we see how Australia will get on in their chase of 215 to be the winners of the men's over 60 Cricket World Cup, being played here the SRI Ramachandra Cricket Ground in Chennai. I'm Rash Mahmood. I'll see you in a bit. Well, welcome back everybody to the SRI Ramachandra Stadium here in Chennai, India. Final of the men's over 60 Cricket World Cup between the winners of Group A, England, the winners of Group B, Australia. Both navigated their way successfully through the semi-finals a couple of days ago, and if you're with us, England won the toss and elected to bat on a good track. Got off to a good start and were sitting pretty at 130 odd for 2, but the Australians fought back fantastically well, squeezed the life out of the England middle and lower middle order. Some wonderful performances, particularly from Tony Panicasio. 4 wickets for him, leading wicket taker in the tournament, added to his tally. Took 2 unbelievable catches off his own bowling. If you haven't seen them, please go back and rewind. And England, well, some bright spots, particularly at the top of the innings, but it really, in all truth, petered out, wilting under the Chennai sun from the pressure that the Australian bowling units and fielders made. It was a tactical maths class from the Australian skipper, Peter Jensen, always thinking, always moving his fielders. So Australia, on this track, well, a par score is 250. They'll have been delighted to keep England to 214 for 9 in their 45 overs. They start off requiring 215 to win, at a run rate of 4.7 runs per over. It's a great pleasure to be here in the commentary position. My name is Rash Mahmood. I'm the official commentator for the England team. It's going to be Mike Palmer, starting from the hostel end. By Venkatasan. My colleague has joined me in the commentary box. Get him to introduce himself.
Thank you, Ash. And 215 is the target here for the Australians. They need a good start. And any team which gets the good start, they will have a upper hand in this final match. Couple of 50s in the first innings we had seen, Merriman and then Douglas getting to 50s for England. Watchfully played on his front foot. Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith openers for the Australians, and Michael Palmer is starting the proceedings for the England. Good tall fast bowler. The keeper is standing up to the stumps. Flicked it straight to the square leg fielder. Michael Palmer is the bowler.
Essential England make a fast start here. Give anything away early doors, make the Australian batsmen work. It's bowled well on this pitch as Michael Palmer. He's in again from the hostel end. O'Reilly on strike. In he comes, and O'Reilly just watches that. Outside the off stump. Taken by the wicket-keeper Steve Aston, who will stand up the whole innings. It's been a feature of his keeping. Leading wicket-keeper in the tournament, Steve. There's Palmer. In again. Bowls. And O'Reilly looks to cut. That's a lovely looking shot. Beautifully placed. Beautiful timing. Just rocked back, opened the face of the bat. That absolutely flew to the boundary. Fielder Mel Hussain, deep extra cover boundary. Couldn't get anywhere near it. Australia off the mark. Good shot from O'Reilly. He was on to 4. Australia 4 without loss. Chasing 215 to become world champions.
Good start to open a sub count, fractionally short, and that was been put away nicely. Once again, watchfully defended on his front foot. They have the boundary riders on the square leg and then in the deep point. Extra bit of bounce after that boundary.
Wide.
Couple of and it was been given wide by the umpire. Once again looking for a similar kind of a shot. No connection this time. Dot ball to end the over. End of the first over. Australia 5-4 no loss.
Palmer just got a couple to hurry through in his first over. It was a lovely shot from Peter O'Reilly to get off the mark. Just open the face of the bat. Let the pace of the ball do the work. Beautiful placement. Jason Corn, he's going to open the bowling for England from the pavilion end. He's had a very, very good tournament. Much like Billy Blair, his figures don't tell the full story. Normally a very accurate bowler. Skipper Richard Merriman relies on him heavily. Normally bowls at 6 or 7 overs straight through. No mean effort for a big man in this heat. Bowls wicket to wicket. Always asking questions of the batters. It'll be Darren Smith taking strike at the hostel end. And immediately we see the differences between the England field and the Australian field as Corn comes in. Bowls, that's full. It's down the leg side, signalled a wide. Yeah, not a good start. That trickles over the boundary for 4 wides. Yeah, not what England need at this early stage. They need to exert some pressure, but you can see the difference between the England fielding setup and the Australian fielding setup. The Australians right in the England batsmen's faces. Here, starting off, there's big gaps in the field already. The Australians can just push and run, rotate the strike.
Straight away they are on the defensive mode, the England side. That first ball was been drifting down the leg stump. 5 runs being added without a ball being bowled. They should believe that they can able to restrict this Australian side under 215. Good start is required from the faster bowlers. If a couple of wickets early on, that will put Australia on the back foot, and that was been trapped on the pads. Good comeback after that wide ball from Jason Kant. Darren Smith, the man who is in form for the Aussies, with almost over 250 runs in this tournament so far. Straight away we can see that the batter is struggling for his timing with the new ball. There's a sharp chance for him stumping there. I think the back leg was been lifted on that occasion. Good bowling. Excellent comeback after that wide boundary. Over pitch ball, and this time it was been put away nicely in front of covers. No chance for that fielder to cut the ball. The outfield is lightning quick, and this is the second boundary for the Australians and first for Darren Smith. What a way to open his account here. End of 2 overs, Australia 14 for no loss.
Yeah, lovely cover drive by Darren Smith. Slightly overpitched, as H said. He was onto it in a flash. Beautifully timed, raced away to the cover boundary. Great start for Australia, 14 without loss after 2. England, well, it is a defensive field. You know, they are defending a low total on this pitch. I'd like to see them attacking the Australian batsmen right from the start. We saw it from the Australian side, in and around the batsmen, challenge them to play over the top. They weren't too fussed about giving the singles away, but there are big gaps in this England field already. Here's Palmer then, from the hostel end. In he comes, O'Reilly just watches that ball go outside the off stump. Well taken by keeper Steve Aston, and there's no run. And I think it's mindset. There's a famous phrase, isn't there? Attack is the best form of defence. Well, England on the defensive straight away here as Palmer comes in again. He bowls. O'Reilly just turns that into the leg side. Marcus Young does the fielding at square leg, and there's no run. What are your thoughts, H, on the England fielding positions as we start this innings? Ultra defensive for me.
Yes, it's defensive, but the good thing is they are having the slip in for the faster bowler. They knew the wickets are the key here to win this match for the England. It's not the contest between the number of balls and the number of runs required. It's between the contest, the number of wickets and the number of runs which the Australians need to score. If they bat for 45 overs, Australians, I think definitely they can reach this target. Kick outside edge. And just word of that widish first slip fielder. Lucky boundary here for the Australians and for Peter Orley. And also I think the slip fielder was been standing too deep. I don't think even the ball was been carried on that occasion to that fielder.
Yeah, Phil Deakin at first slip. Back on his heels a bit there. It was a low chance away to his left. You've got to say, catchable though, H. We saw some brilliant fielding and catching by the Australians. Palmer in again then. Bowls. O'Reilly shuffles across his stumps, watches that go past the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, you've got to take your chances early doors. Australia, well, they held nearly everything in the field, didn't they? Fielded superbly. Run out as well in their innings. Some unbelievably good catches, but some very disciplined bowling. Chance that for England. 18 without loss, Australia.
And if you want to win the championships, you need to take those off chances. We've already seen a stumping missed by the keeper, and now the drop catch. And this is the 6th run considered here in the form of wide. In the entire innings, we had just seen 3 wide runs being considered by the Australians.
Yeah, that's what I mean, discipline. They were just disciplined in every facet of their bowling. Bounce there. That's one of the over from Palmer. O'Reilly let it go through. Wasn't handled cleanly by the keeper, Steve Aston. Just deflected it to Phil Deakin at first slip. Well, Australia motoring along here, very much like England did in their innings, to be fair. Going along at shade over 6 and over, 6.33. They're 19 without loss after 3. Peter O'Reilly, he's on 8 with 2 boundaries. His partner Darren Smith, he got off the mark with a sumptuous cover drive off the bowling of Jason Court in his previous over. He's on 4. Australia require 196 in 252 balls. The required run rate is 4.67.
England need to be careful with the new ball. Even if they're not able to pick up the wickets, they should have to keep
Sure.
that short and wide, asking to be punished. And it was been hit towards the backward point region. A couple of runs and a wild throw. A good start for the Australians here. England straight away under some pressure here. They are trying too hard, I think, not sticking to the basics. They are bowling both the sides of the wickets. That's also the problem.
Yeah, it's a great point, H. Pressure, yeah, of course they're under pressure, but the Australians bowl to the field. What chance do the England boys have with the field that's been set? Is it appeal for LBW? Umpire well, not interested. Let's just wait for his single. Must have got a little edge on there. Yeah, the England bowlers, they're giving runs on both sides of the wicket. So how have you got a bowler bowling when he's got gaps on both sides? There doesn't seem to be a plan at this early stage for England. This Corn comes in again, he bowls that short, and that's pulled away magnificently well. No one out there for England. Ball trickles over the boundary line. Another 4 for Australia. Well, they are racing along, making this look very, very simple indeed.
There was like a free hit ball to Darren Smith, too friendly ball. Short, and it was been there is no effort behind that ball. It gone in at a very decent height to pull that ball towards the vacant mid-wicket region for on boundary. Good effort, but still a single. Good cricket from the Australians right after the boundary. They are just rotating the strike. I don't think this wicket is going to come off that quickly for this backward square leg fielder. I think he should have been more in front of this square leg umpire. Stay to the grease. Might be this kind of field set would have been worked in the English conditions, not here in India.
Yeah, agree 100%, H. And right on cue. Sloppy start by England. Nick Newman misfields, allows the Australians to go through for another single. O'Reilly that time just got a bit squared up, squirted off the outside edge. 4 gone. Well, Australia will be delighted with their start. 26 without loss. Peter O'Reilly on 9 not out. He struck a couple of boundaries. His colleague Darren Smith 10 not out, again a couple of boundaries. Some wayward English bowling to start off with, a couple of misfields, and as I've said, the Australians in their bowling effort, you could definitely see a plan. I really can't see a plan here at the moment on the England side with the fielding that they've got and the fielding positions. Here's Palmer then, in again from the hostel end. In he comes, he bowls.
They have a third man placed for the outrage, just a single. And both these batters in the middle, Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith, they both had a decent outing with the ball today. They can definitely carry that confidence into their batting as well. They both knew what the wicket is exactly doing.
Well, they're being allowed to dictate, aren't they, H? You know, the Australians didn't allow the England batsmen to dictate, other than a couple of spells right at the beginning of the England innings, and when Monty Douglas and Richard Merriman were together. Here's Palmer again. In he comes, he bowls. That's a lovely looking shot into the offside. Ed Gordon-Lennox, cover point, does the fielding, and there's no run. The Australian batsmen are dictating to the England bowlers.
Yes, like even when the England batters batted, we had seen some good shots to score runs. They need to work for the runs, but here I think they're giving too many easy freebies for the Australians. England batters, they created something to score runs of the Australian bowlers. We had seen Nick chipping down the wicket to hit those couple of sixes. They had to earn runs. Here the easy runs been given away already. It's been 28 now so far.
Yeah, there were no easy runs in that England innings at all. I think you're absolutely right. They had to wait for it. This is ominous for England. Need to find a breakthrough. Wrestle some control back as Palmer comes in again. He bowls. Just watches that go past the outside of his off stump. Peter O'Reilly.
And sorry to say this, the keeper he needs to be a little bit careful. Like if he gathers the ball cleanly, that will give a lot of confidence to the bowler as well. But so far in this brief innings of just 5 overs, we had seen 4 to 5 balls was been popping out of his hands. And that was a good take.
Right.
And it was been called wide. Just into the fifth over already. I guess 7 runs being considered in the form of wide.
Yeah, we come back to that word, discipline, don't we, H? The extra total in the Australian bowling effort. Meagre, as Palmer's in again. Slower delivery. Watchful why O'Reilly just tucks it backward of square. Marcus Young scoots round of his position at square leg and does the fielding. Another one to the total.
They need to string a dot balls here to put pressure back onto the Aussies. If 1 or 2 maiden overs, some quiet overs, that will definitely put some pressure on the Aussies batters. But as of now, it's easy going for them. Dot ball to end the over. In any format of the game, I strongly believe the dot balls will put pressure onto the batters. If you're bowling to one particular batter 4-5 balls, you can definitely have some plan. You can create some plan in the middle to get the wicket out. But here the strike has been repeatedly rotating.
Yeah, there's nothing a bowler likes less than batsmen rotating the strike off their bowling. You know, batters have different styles. They have to adjust each delivery. They hate it. You know, what you're trying to do is stop that happening. It's too easy for the Australians at the moment as Colton comes in from the pavilion end. That's short. It's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Whale. Nothing doing. A bit fuller that time from Jason Corn. O'Reilly didn't particularly get forward. Probably height on that one. As Corn comes in again. Nice forward defensive shot. Pushed out to Ed Lennox. Cover, who does the fielding, and there's no run.
A couple of dot balls here. We can definitely see the batter will definitely think something different to score runs. 3 good balls to begin the over. Nice comeback from Michael Palmer. Fractionally short, hit straight to that extra course fielder. Some distraction behind the bowler's arm. The batter was been pulling out on that occasion. Good bowling, good comeback from the bowler. Peter O'Reilly, he was been kept quiet in this over so far. Leading edge towards the mid-on fielder, single to end the over. End of 6 overs, Australia 32 for no loss.
யாரில் கேட்ச் மிஸ் ஆகுது?
Good start for the Australians. Not a big total they are chasing. 215. It's a tricky total. The batters will be in double mind whether to attack or to get to a steady start. But this is a good start for the Australians. Good quick single taken here. Down the square leg region. Finally, the England bowlers they found the right length to bowl on this wicket. Every wicket is different, and you need to find the right areas to bowl in every particular wicket. Good bowling, excellent bowling. In the last 10 balls, they just consider 1 run so far. A good piece of bowling. The pressure is building up here for the Australians now with those dot balls. Good take this time from the keeper as well. Couple of warm-up overs from both the new ball bowlers. Now they are finding it in right rhythm now. They found the right length as well as the right pace to bowl in this wicket. Cut. They have a protection there. Deep point field, deep third man they have. Record run rate is 4.67. This time on the inside edge, they've beaten both the edges quite a few times. But without the luck, the Englishmen are bowling right now. Couple of runs to end the over. Good stuff from the English bowlers. They pull back their line. They actually pull back their length, and the line has been also really very good. Looking to cut that ball, got the inside edge. Excellent comeback. This is what they needed. They are not defending a big target here. They usually have 280, 300 runs in their bag to defend. Sloppy bit of fielding again. Easy single been given. The pressure was been mounting up on the batter to score run, and suddenly the easy single was been gifted. You could easily say Australians they had saved around 20 to 25 runs on the outfield. England, they have done so well to reach the finals. They're dominating so far in this tournament. Still a very long way to go. I personally feel they can definitely hit Australia really very hard here. If one or two quick wickets that will put pressure back onto the Australians. Just a single of that over. Another good over for England. End of 8 overs, 36 for no loss.
Yeah, the England bowlers. Jason Cunt operating from the pavilion end. Mike Palmer from the hostel end. Just wrestling a bit of control back. A number of dot balls. I don't think the Australian batsmen will feel under any pressure at the moment with the start they've made, but it's a good comeback from the England pair. Runs were flowing freely in their first few overs. They seem to have got their line right and their length right. The Australian run rate, well, it was going along at 6. It's now 4.63. Required run rate of 4.81. Still well within their reach as Palmer. He's going to continue his spell from the hostel end. In he comes. O'Reilly back. Well, he's tried to play that shot a couple of times, is Peter O'Reilly. And he's missed on those occasions. Ball just hurried onto him. Encouragement for Palmer then. As he comes in again. O'Reilly, the delivery just tucks it off his hip, straight to Marcus Young. The square leg and there's no run. Yeah, you can just hear the England boys now, they were very, very quiet at the opening overs. You can just hear the English boys now. Clapping, encouraging. They know they're in a battle, but they seem to have stemmed the flow of runs for the time being as Palmer comes in again. He looks to play that off his legs. He's in a bit of a tangle. Marcus Young in quickly. Prevents a run being taken. Good over so far by Mike Palmer.
Yes, so far it's been a good stuff from Michael Palmer. The body language certainly for England looks a lot better now. Initially they were being a little bit tentative out there in the middle, and now they started to feel like they got the control of this game now. And even the keeper, he started to find his rhythm behind the stumps. He's collecting the ball cleanly. That will give a lot of confidence to the bowler as well to bowl. And suddenly we are seeing some sound coming, the encouragements from the closer fielders.
He's missed it again.
It was been mixed again. Quite a bit of time he had been tried to cut the ball. He's getting some extra bounce in this wicket, the tall fast bowler. Five out balls in the row. Good bowling. Again a dot ball to end the over. Maiden over here from Michael Palmer. Good comeback after the expensive initial overs. After 9 overs, Australia 37 for no loss.
Yeah, good from Mike Palmer there, maiden over. Last 9 deliveries that have been bowled to the Australians. All dot balls. It is early doors. But that's a good comeback from the England opening pair. A bit free and loose early on. Darren Smith, Peter O'Reilly punished anything that was just a bit short or over pitched. Here's Jason Cunt then from the pavilion end. He bowls. That's a shorter delivery. That's not going to ease any pressure whatsoever. Show up on this pitch. It just sat up and O'Reilly just swivelled. Beautiful roll of the wrists. Pressure relieved. Boundary for Australia. Not a good delivery from Jason Cohn.
It's not at all, and also the pace in which he is trying to bounce the batter. It's just coming at a very easy pace for the batter to put that ball away. Look at that, halfway into the wicket. Once again, this time it was been cut towards the backward point region. The good thing is right after the boundary, they are finding the singles and rotating the strike. To build a big partnership, you need singles as well. They are doing it really well. 5 boundaries so far in this innings for Australia. Good comeback from the bowler. This is the length I think he needs to hit frequently. And I still don't believe why that backward square leg fielder was been placed there. Fractional over pitch hit straight to the bowler. Good stop on his own bowling.
Yeah, Jim Phillips is fielding it backward square like you say, H. I can't recall a shot that's gone sort of backwards of square. He's all been in front of square. It's a very strange position for him to be in the context of what we've seen so far. As Cohn comes in again, that's left outside the off stump and there's no run. There's been one that's gone down to fine leg area, hasn't there? But I wouldn't say that the man in backward square is in any position to stop that or affect it in any way. It's a very, very strange fielding position. It's Cohn. In he comes again. Bowls. That's the expansive shot. Good fielding in the covers by Ed Gordon-Lennox. That's the end of the over. 10 gone. Australia going along nicely. 42 without loss. Darren Smith on 13 not out with 2 boundaries. Peter O'Reilly, he's on 18 not out with 3 boundaries. Good start from Australia. England just clawing their way back into it. Still an even contest at this moment in time. England got off to a flyer. Those of us just joining us. Until Australia struck. Can England do the same? We will see. The current run rate, 4.2 runs and over. The required run rate, just a shade under 5, 4.94. Australia going along very nicely at the 10 over mark. They require another 173 runs in 210 balls. And there's going to be a change at the hostel end. It's going to be Phil Deakin, left arm spinner. Bowled well during this tournament. Has the capacity to tie up one end. We saw that in the England innings from the Australian bowlers, tied up one end. And if you can do that and your partner at the other end is not giving much away, you can really put the squeeze on in a couple of overs. Just gets the batsman thinking a bit more. So Deakin in discussion with the skipper Richard Merriman, just trying to get his field absolutely right. For me, I'd just like to see a bit more attacking intent in the field from England. Still some big gaps. If you're looking now, Phil Deakin, you've got Mel Hussain on the deep point boundary. Richard Merriman going in towards, what do you call that, H? A cover position, number 11 on his back. Richard Merriman in front of us at cover. There's a man at backward point. Anyway, let's see how Deakin gets on then. His first delivery, Peter O'Reilly on strike. In he comes, quicker delivery. O'Reilly just watches it, takes a step forward, plays it out to the skipper Merriman, and there's no run.
And the good thing for the Englanders, they pull back the scoring rate of the Australians in the last few overs, 3-4 overs. They managed to drive up the boundaries. Left hand spinner going around the stumps to the right hander. And this the very end where the Australians managed to pick a few wickets with their spinners. Tossed a ball. And the length is the key here. from the spinners. If they landed on the good area, good length area, definitely there is a spin offer for the spinners. And Phil Declan, so far he's been a little bit too fuller, I think.
Yeah, Richard Merriman's got to react to this. Phil Deacon's a very good bowler. He's bowling to his field, but the man on the edge of the circle to the right of Richard Merriman, who's at cover, Ed Gordon Lennox. That's 2 shots being played to him, 2 singles by the Australians within the 30-metre circle. There's no issue if that's where the ball's going to be bowled and the fielder's going to field it there for him to come in 10 yards. He's still within the 30-metre circle, but that's 2 runs that the Australians have been gifted with a fielder within that fielding ring. That's not good cricket by England at all. Well, Deakin completes his over. Australia, 44 without loss. Tidy first over from Phil Deakin, just a couple coming from it. But those 2 singles, shouldn't really be giving singles away to people positioned in the 30-metre ring, should you?
And Peter Orley and Darren Smith, they're both just going. Darren Smith just below 50 strike rate, and Peter Orley just over 55 now. They're not supposed to carry it away with these dot balls. And suddenly the asking rate will climb up to 6.5. Then the batting side, they will start to feel the pressure. Already the required run rate has come up to 5 runs per over. Good stuff from the Englishman. And we both believe, I think, they can still cut those easy singles to put more pressure on the Australians. If they stop to give those singles, suddenly the batters will think of the big shots and they can commit mistakes.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right, H. I couldn't have put it better myself. Well, this has prompted a change. And so often during this tournament, the skipper has turned to number 10. Marcus Young, 70 years old he is, H, would you believe it? Fit as a butcher's dog, not an ounce of fat on him. Prodigious turner of the ball, leg spinner. Also bowls a very good googly, but he has another googly he bowls it. And I'm a leg spinner myself, and I have no idea how he does it. I've seen him bowl it in this tournament. It is utterly unplayable. Not one batsman has picked it, and more importantly, they haven't played it. Marcus Young, 10 wickets in the tournament. Again, he's a leg spinner.
And I was been seeing this man practicing, like when all the other Englishmen were having their lunch. He was been just tossing the ball up in the air, and he was been just catching it, just to feel that.
Too easy.
And that was been gifted a short ball.
Yeah.
Short and wide, and it was been put away nicely by Darren Smith.
Well, he's bowling to 2 right-handed batsmen, H. The ball is going to go from their leg side to the offside, as we know, with genuine orthodox leg spin. If you look at the field that Marcus Young is bowling to, the majority of the fielders are on the leg side. He's got absolutely no protection out there whatsoever. It's too easy for the Australian batsman to work with the spin, as Darren Smith did then. Just chopped it down. You've got a fielder at sort of point area who's been moved back. And now, Jim Phillips. A bit of extra protection in the offside. You'd like your field to be heavily biased on the offside with a leg spinner on, wouldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
It's very confusing, this, I've got to be honest with you.
And even the Australians, they are not going after the bowling. They are not backing the bowlers. They are just playing to the merit of the ball. I still have no idea about the field set. They have a deep mid wicket, as well as I think they have a fielders placed at the country as well. And once again, it was been played towards that backward point region. The ball is running away to the boundary rope, and it was been cut down well. Couple of runs. Expensive start here from Marcus Young. Still, he is not finding the right length in this wicket so far. Marcus saying that's the length. That's the area he needs to bowl more often. Definitely, the wrist spinner will get some kind of an assistance in this wicket if he bowls in the right areas. Better, lot better this time. Tossed a bowler, drawing the batter on his front foot. As a leg spinner, like if you have a good googly, you can go with the covers open. What do you say?
You can. Just break off as Young comes in again. That's a better delivery.
Look at the bounce.
That's a better delivery, and it's one of the features that Marcus Young has. He's not bowling with pace, but he gets an awful lot of bounce. And Darren Smith there. Yeah, good end to the over from Marcus Young. Good start from him.
51, I think.
That's the just gone past the 50 for Australia. This opening pair, good partnership. 51 in 12 overs. Going along quite nicely indeed.
Good steady start here for the Australians. Both the openers, they are doing their job in the middle. Not looking anything unorthodox. They are just playing to the merit of the bowler. The score is 51 for no loss after 12 overs. Both the batters got 3 boundaries each. Phil Deakin continuing from the hostel end. Tossed a ball on the middle stump. Defender straight back to the bowler. The asking rate is 4.97. The difference between the balls and the runs are in favor of the Australians. 33 now. Fractionally short, a thick inside edge running down to the fine leg region. Good work from the keeper. He takes charge of that ball. Hit straight to that mid-wicket fielder. Couple of good dot balls. Phil Deakin just keeping it tight, not giving any easy runs. Wide given. It's too hot in the middle for the players to handle. Punt straight to that extra covers fielder. Quick single taken. Good take from the keeper. The throw has been really very wide, but it was been taken really well by the keeper. Darren Smith batting well on 21 and Peter Orley, he is batting on 20. They both batted 38 balls each. Both settled really well now in the middle. And it was been cut away nicely towards the backward point region. Good shot. Just waited for the ball to come on to him, open the face of the bat to find that gap behind that backward point fielder. Good shot. Look at that, how late he played that shot. Waited, and finally he chopped that one. Good shot. Boundary after some time here for the Australians. Darren Smith with that boundary, he moves on to 25. The score is 58 for no loss. Last ball of the 13th over coming up here. Flatter and quicker ball. Fired it onto the pads and it was been clipped down nicely towards the square leg region. Good stop from Young and also good throw. Couple of runs to end the over. End of 13 overs. Australia 64 no loss.
Well, the Australian pair going on nicely. 13 overs gone, and as H said, 60 without loss, largely untroubled. England need a breakthrough. Can it be their talisman, Marcus Young? He comes then, flight to delivery. Smith, a big lunge with his left foot, orthodox defensive stroke, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Quicker delivery from Young there. Smith just watchful, plays it back to him, again no run.
The feet is moving well for Peter Orley. This comes and this time umpire was not interested. Tossed a ball. The ball was been dipping onto the right hander, looking to play that sweep shot. Effort ball this time from Marcus Young, getting lot of rips on that ball.
Hasn't bowled his googly yet, H. Been all orthodox leg spin. I think that might have been it. Well, I'm looking for Marcus Young. It's gone for 4 byes. I think that was his googly. I'll have a look on the replay. Let's have a look. Yes, it was. Right on cue. Just his placement was a bit awry. As you can see from that replay, H, the googly turned a long way.
Yes, the turned, and also from his normal delivery, I think his googly was a little bit quicker on the air and as well as off the turf. If a leg spinner can bowl a googly at that pace, it's really very hard to pick that one. Dot ball to end the over. End of 14 overs, Australia 64 for no loss. But this is the first time I am just seeing Marcus Young, and as you said, no one say like he is 70. Look at the right after he completes it over. He ran all the way to the mid-wicket region on the boundary rope.
Yep. Probably one of the fittest men in the England touring party. Would you say 70 years old? Still working, still drives a London bus, the number 25 from Ilford. If any of you planning on visiting the UK in the near future and you happen to be in the Ilford area, you get on a number 25 London red bus. It could well be Marcus Young who's the driver. So another change now at the hostel end. Jim Phillips, another spinner. England really do need a breakthrough here. The Australian batsmen just going along merrily. Run rate just over 4.5. They only require 4.87 runs per over. Little or no pressure being exerted on them. They won't be too concerned with a run of dot balls. 10 wickets for England to get.
We're just into the 15th over and we've already seen the 5th bowler has been introduced into the attack. This shows how desperate England is to break this partnership, trying all the options which is available for them.
Yeah, it's been very easy for the Aussie boys. And just looking at this field to Phillips, you've got Mel Hussain in front of us on the deep point boundary. Massive gap then in the cover area. Edgorn and Lennox. There's the field in there, but there's a huge gap between him and Mel Hussain. You've got Nick Newman at sort of backward point. Flighted from Phillips. O'Reilly just looking to turn that down the leg side. Misses it. There's no run. 65 without loss. Australia.
Tossed a ball on the middle stump and it was been turned away towards that mid-wicket region. 3 dot balls in the row for Jim Phillips. Peter Orley is batting on 20 of 47 balls. He's just taking his time in Peter Orley. Still, after those all the dot balls, the record run rate is below 5 runs per over. That's because of the number of wides they are bowled. Already 7-8 runs been considered in wide. After 15 overs, Australia 65 for no loss, and this first power play belongs to the Australians.
Yep, absolutely, H. All the folks back home, down under, you'll be delighted with how your boys operated in the field first off, restricted England to 214 for 9 off their 45. Peter O'Reilly, Darren Smith, they've come out largely untroubled. And at Drinks, after 15 overs, 65 without loss, another 150 runs required in 180 balls. Been a good start for the Aussie pair. Helped, I think, by some, and I think we can say this, H, can't we, as commentators, we're unbiased, some strange fielding positions adopted by the England team in the direction of Richard Merriman, in stark contrast to how Peter Jensen, the Aussie skipper, marshalled his troops in the field. They were on the attack right up to the last ball. They were still making fielding adjustments. England, well, it is a low target that they are defending. This is a pitch where 250 plus is your par score, really. England have batted here a couple of times and gone over 300, so they know the quality of the pitch. There's obviously going to be some nerves, some disappointment with not batting to their full potential, but they weren't allowed to reach their full potential by the quality of the Australian bowling, the quality of the Australian fielding, and the quality of the tactical acumen of Peter Jensen. Richard Merriman is a very astute captain, but I think he's, from my point of view, he's gone a bit too defensive. Bearing in mind the score he's defending, I'd like to see him attack, challenge the Australian batsmen to play their shots. If they do, you hold your hand up and say, well played, but put them under some pressure. Get the fielders in, stop these singles, plug these gaps in the field. You know, Jim Phillips, last over, you've got a fielder at sort of wideish mid-on, and your next fielder anywhere in proximity to him is somebody on the deep point boundary. It's just a simple task for the Aussies to just push it into the covers, nice easy single. You know, that's not exerting pressure. Well, that's why I'm sat here and not out in the middle, ply my trade, representing my country, as Richard Merriman has done on a number of occasions. Marcus Young then, well, drinks break sometimes has an effect on a game. The momentum, certainly with the Australians. Is that drink break? Maybe a lapse of concentration. England will hope to capitalise straight away. Marcus Young has got a couple of deliveries to really grip and turn. A googly in the last over, which wasn't picked by the batsman. Here we go then. First over after drinks. Marcus Young. He's in. Bowls flighty delivery. He's played back down the pitch. Good bit of fielding by Young, and there's no run.
And good start after the drinks for the England side. Tossed a ball on the off stump, just drawing the right hander onto his front foot. Too closer this time, but that was a good stop on his own bowling. A couple of dot balls to begin the over here for Marcus Heng. Darren Smith, he's batting well on 28 of 43 with 4 boundaries, going at a strike rate of 65. Good stuff, good bowling here from Marcus Heng.
Yeah, 3 orthodox leg breaks in this over. Might be right. Fancied a googly last time. Let's have a look. It was, yeah.
And this is not going to help the England players. Easily the pressure was being released by themselves by bowling the wides or by considering a very easy single. He bowled 3 dot balls and then a wide, and to compensating that, he was been overcompensating, bowling it way outside the off stump, and it was been cut down easily for a single. Easily 4-5 runs been scored in a over without taking any risk. They are just nudging the balls here and there and taking the singles. That's because all the fielders, they are on the edge of the 30-out circle. If they come another 3-4 steps in front, that will play in the mind of the batters. They will think whether to chip down the wicket, to hit the ball over that inner fielder, inner circle. They need the batters to think something different to get the wicket. It looks like the wicket is really very flattened out there in the middle now. The wicket is settled well after the first half, and after 16 overs, Australia 68 for no loss. Darren Smith keeping the strike with that single.
Yeah, not a bad over from Marcus Young. He did bowl his googly on the 4th delivery, given a wide. I'd like to see him just set it out a bit further, the offside. As Jim Phillips continues, that's flighted. That's a nice shot. Yeah, nice sweep shot that. Races away to the boundary for another 4 for Darren Smith. Beautifully controlled that. Saw it very early, got down into position. Nice sweep, raced away to the boundary.
And this has been the story of this innings so far. Like whenever 4-5 dot balls been bowled, the easy ball have been gifted to the batter to release the pressure. That time the ball was been swept away nicely by Darren Smith, way outside the leg stump, and it was been an easy pickup for Darren Smith. He's batting really well. They are not taking any risk here to score runs. Look at here, another single taken, this time towards the point region, and after the boundary the singles been rotated and the strike was been changed. Couple of more balls left in this over. Tossed a ball and one sign going for the sweep shot. Second boundary of this over. What a over this is turning out to be for the Australians. And the opening partnership is already worth 77 runs. They are both growing in confidence here. Good shot. It was been nicely put away. Lot better shot than the first one. Darren Smith is the batter this time. Just 138 runs required. They have all the 10 wickets in hand to do it. Australians dominating everywhere in the cricket. Women's World Cup, Women's T10 World Cup, World Test Championship, 50 overs championship, and now here even at the veterans they are dominating. the cricket field. After 17 overs, Australia 77 for no loss. Can you give me a hotspot? Will you try if you need it? You can connect it. Nirantara Creations. Let's go. Score moves on to 83 with that single. Marcus saying he is the key man and even he is going for some runs here. So far, 7 runs been scored in this over. Hit straight to that extra covers field, a dot ball to end the over. End of 18 overs, Australia 84 for no loss. Darren Smith batting well on 34 and he was been well supported by Peter Orley. He is batting on 32.
Yeah, well, if you are of the persuasion to have the odd flutter now and again, you'd say that Australia, with 18 overs gone, sitting at 84 without loss, requiring another 131 off 162. Heavily favoured. England striving for this breakthrough. Phillips tosses that one up. O'Reilly just trying to play that into the leg side. Squirts off the outside edge of his bat. Steve Aston does the fielding. And there's no run. It's a nice shot. Punched down the ground by O'Reilly. Trots through for a single. 85 without loss. England desperate for a breakthrough here.
Still, I had not seen any risk being taken from the Australians, but the scorecard is already 85 for no loss. They are not trying to hit the ball over the heads. They are just milking the bowlers here. scoring runs easily. 9 boundaries been hit so far with that one wide boundary. Good stop from the fielder. They needed this kind of an effort from the fielders to bring them back into this match. I think it's a leg bye on this occasion. Yes, it has been called leg bye. After 19 overs, Australia 86 for no loss. England, they desperately need a wicket here. Not just a wicket, 1 or 2 wickets to come back into this match.
Yeah, 86 off 19 H. All going swimmingly for Australia. Merrily going on their way, these two openers. Peter O'Reilly, Darren Smith, another change of bowling. Richard Merriman just trying to eke out a wicket. It's going to be Nick Newman from the pavilion end. I think what we've seen and what is really being highlighted to me, H, is that when the England batters were out there in the middle, they had to work for every single run. I'm not sure we can say it's been the same for the Australian batters. They're technically gifted, yes, but the England bowling and some questionable field placements have made it very easy for him. As Nick Newman comes in, he bowls. Smith just rocks back on his heels, plays that out into the cover region. Richard Merriman does the fielding, goes through for another single. 87 without loss.
I think the Englishman, they were either been too short or been too full in this innings so far. They didn't find the grouping of balls in the good length area like the Aussies done, and this is the better length. Like if you're bowling in that area, the batter have been in a couple of minds whether to go in front or in back foot. That is where you'll create some doubt in the batter's mind. Good bowling. This is where they need to be more consistent on the lengths which they are bowling. So far in this innings, England, they have bowled too many short bowls, especially the new ball bowlers. Getting the leading edge falls well in front of that mid-off fielder. Quick single taken.
Well, at the moment, H, you'd have to say that these Australian openers are batting England out of this contest. As Newman comes in again. It's an expansive shot. Another misfield. Hit straight to him. Bill Deakin there. Wasn't difficult to stop, really. A misfield allows the Australian batsman to come through for a single. Short by Newman. Well, he just rocks back. That's gone for 4. That's a lovely shot.
That's what I've been telling. They've been either been too short or too full. This time, short ball, and it has been put away nicely towards the mid-wicket boundary. Good shot. Score moves on to 93 with the boundary. And look at the mindset of the Australians. Whenever it comes to the crunch games, the knockout games, they are just one step ahead of the opponent. I doesn't know how they are building that character in the team in whatever the format. What do you think? They are doing it different from the other sides in the knockout games?
I just think it's a mindset from the Australian people in total. A lot of Australians, fiercely proud nation. What they do is they produce winners. They go out to win every single game. There's no plaudits for second place. There's no, well, you played quite well. They go out to win. They are mortally wounded when they don't. They're well drilled, they're well coached, they're exceptional. In all formats, in all sports, you'll see that with every Australian team, and they're putting on. As Jim Phillips comes in, he flights that. Smith works his way down the pitch, throw comes in, and they make their ground. Yeah, they're just extremely well drilled. And that's the contrast that we've seen today, I think.
I had never seen like they were panic with their body language on the crunch games, like the semi-finals or the finals, or the conditions wherever they play. Like a few countries, they will feel comfortable when they are playing only in their home conditions. But wherever they goes out and play, they play their natural game.
Yeah, they back themselves. They don't worry about the opposition. I think it's as simple as that, H. Phillips in again. Yeah.
Until this game, I was been thinking England is going to win this match because so as of now, it looks like a one-sided game going towards the Australians. They have been so dominant with the bat as well as with the ball. I had seen they are winning matches with the huge number of runs. Look at that. Just giving very easy single, not just putting the pressure on the batters. They're just happy to just get the ball back to the bowler, not trying to take the run-outs.
Yeah, you can't have that. That was just prodded into the offside. He didn't go more than 10 yards past the strip, and they amble through for a single.
And I have no idea why that fielder was been that much deeper. He's right onto the edge of the circle, like he's been fielding in the end of the innings. Like if the 5 overs to go, the batters might have been go more harder. So on that time you need to stay in the edge of the circle. But at this moment they are just nudging around and just picking up those singles.
Yeah, it's at this moment in time, H is the end of that Jim Phillips over. Australia 96 without loss. Yeah, we've mentioned it before. It's just been too easy. And this is not taking anything away from the England boys. You know, they're trying. But the new Australian batsmen have been put under absolutely no pressure. We saw the reverse when the England boys were out there, I mentioned a couple of overs ago. They were under pressure every single ball. There were no easy runs. Yes, there were some boundaries struck. The Australians wouldn't have minded that. But the easy singles weren't there. You know, you can hear the England boys trying to gee Nick Newman up as he comes in from the pavilion end again. He bowls. It's a flighted delivery. That's a nicely timed shot. Misfield again. Long chase for the fielder. And when you're under the cosh, like England are, that's what happens. Shoulders start to drop. Misfields happen.
But
More
it's too
easy
early
runs.
to drop your shoulders. You still have another 120 more runs to play with, and I think
That's gone.
they are already looks like given up in the middle. And Hunter coming up with the boundary, a good shot onto the front foot and just making sure he hit wide of that mid-off fielder.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Darren Smith. Eased into it. Just pure timing that. Brings up the Australian century. Partnership of 102 off 129 balls. Is Newman in again? Smith again. That's another lovely shot. Another misfield.
Again a boundary, I think so. Yes, boundary.
And that's another 4. Australia motoring along. Smith moves on to 48. 106 for no wicket. You can see it in the England boys' H, I'm afraid. They would have been disappointed after their innings. They knew what the par score was on here. They were at least 30, maybe even 40 runs short. But the way these two Australian batters have gone about it, I think a score of 350 would have been well within their reach. Is Newman in again, chopped down. Fielder this time at backward point, and there's no run.
And England, they played some fabulous cricket to reach to the finals, but this is not the kind of effort we'll be looking from the Englishman right through this tournament. I think they are given up too early here.
Well, the comments were labelled at the English team that their lower middle order hadn't been tested because they'd not been used in the tournament so far. I'll just break off as Newman comes in. That's flighted. Smith's just watchful, plays it back down the pitch. Newman does the fielding, brings the end of the over. There's no run. Yeah, the lower middle order for England H hadn't been tested in this tournament. I mean, it's a testament to how well England bowled. Every time they put a team in first, no team scored over 200 runs against them. So that's a plus point. The minus point is the batting at the top order was going so well that those at 6, 7, 8 didn't get a chance. And there was going to come a test at some point. The test has come in this final. And England, well, they've been found wanting. I don't think there's any English supporter who may be listening in who would have a different opinion. They were put under the squeeze when they battered. And out here bowling, it's been a hard slog for them. Australia 106 for no wicket. Darren Smith 48 not out with 7 boundaries. His partner Peter O'Reilly 39 not out with 5 boundaries. And I think what's interesting, the two have shared the strike almost equally. O'Reilly 69 deliveries faced, Darren Smith 63. Content to play their shots, rotate the strike, but they've been under no pressure whatsoever to do so. As Jim Phillips continues from the hostel end. Flighted delivery, full toss, well stopped by the skipper there. Missed out did Peter O'Reilly there, it was a full toss.
Should have been disappointed for not putting that ball away. There was near juicy full toss. Played it late down to that short third man region, running the first run hard, settling for the single on that occasion. And I had never seen these Australians playing any false shot in this innings so far. They are just playing to the merit of the ball. The good thing in this chase for the Australia is they knew what they are chasing. Short and wide, it was been cut down to the third man region, running the first run hard, and the ball rises away into the boundary once again. That was a long chase, teasing boundary that kept that fielder interested all along the rope. A good boundary, and Peter O'Reilly, he moves on to 44 with that boundary. Every now and then, when we felt like the England bowled a little bit better, they found themselves to give a boundary for the Australians. They gifted some bad bowls that actually released the pressure.
Can you water it, sir?
That's 4 more. Yeah, 4 more. Beautiful shot that from Darren Smith. Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball. Wonderful shot. It's mid-off region, sorry. Another 4 to the total. 115 without loss.
And exactly, they need another 100 more runs to win this match, and they have all the 10 wickets in hand. 133 balls, 100 runs. From the scorecard, anyone can say it's definitely the Australians' game from now on. If England want to win this match, they need to pull back some extraordinary performances. Any individual should have to put his hand up and to deliver some fighting spell out in the middle to bring England back into this game. They need wickets in cluster from here to win this match.
Yeah, they certainly do. But at the moment, you can't see where a wicket's coming from England's point of view. They are wilting under this Chennai sun here at the SRI Ramachandra Cricket Ground. Nick Newman Well, what have you got? Let's see if you can prize a wicket out. So Newman, in he comes from the pavilion end. Oh, nearly. Full shot there. Steve Aston has to do the fielding, this keeper. Did you see the signal from the umpire? Umpire Whale? Yeah, must have got a bottom edge on that.
And that's what the missed opportunities will do. A stumping chance and a drop catch in the beginning. They could have been easily 2 down for 20, England, pardon me, Australia. But they missed those opportunities and they are cashing it on. They are just making the bowlers and the fielders paying for those missed opportunities.
Yeah, catches win matches. Australia held theirs. England haven't done theirs, and the missed stumping opportunities, you say, H. Here comes Newman again, bowls. Again, just played into the offside. Merriman does the fielding. They scamper through for a single.
Driven towards the covers, off stop from the fielder, but still it's good enough for the Australians to take the single. No real pressure here for the Australians. They have a tall batting lineup. They have still batters, those who are informed to come. There was a good shot on the middle stump, and it was been whipped away nicely towards the mid-wicket region. That was a good stop from Palmer. This kind of an efforts will definitely lift the spirits of the team. That is a good stop from the deep. He wants to cover minimum 10 to 12 yards to reach that ball. That is a good stop in the end. They need a spirited performances from here for the England players to get back into this match. I still believe the match is not over. They have another 95 more runs to defend here. End of 24 overs, Australia 124 no loss.
No, it's not over yet, H, as you say. England will be trying to tell themselves that. 1 wicket brings 2. They just need a breakthrough to lift their spirits. But you'd have to say that Australia are making this look very, very easy. Just past the halfway mark. Phillips again then to continue from the hostel end. That's tossed up. Smith meets it on the fly. Another misfield. Allows him to go through for a single.
The big difference between these two sides is the fielding, I guess.
Yeah.
The Australians, they have been fabulous on the field. They saved minimum 20 to 25 runs in the first innings, and here we have already seen 10 to 12 runs been already misfielded here from the England side. We are in just over 24 overs. We already seen 10 to 12 runs been given away easily.
And again, well, it's the England skipper Richard Merriman. Absolutely no need to throw that at the stumps. Cannoned off them. Ball went into a region where there was no fielder.
That shows the desperation on the field from the English captain.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. He didn't need to do it. He's got to set the example. Phillips in again. Bowles gets one to go past the outside edge.
After a long time, the batter misses the ball here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chipping down the wicket, this time going towards the square-leg region. They have a protection there. Just a single. Just 93 needed to win. After that single, 92 to win. cut straight to that sweeper cover region. Single to end the over. End of 25 overs. Australia 124 for no loss. Again, a easy single being taken. Tossed a ball, driven it straight to that extra covers fielder. Darren Smith, he moves on to 62 with that single. And Peter Orley, he's just one shot away from his 50. Playing it with the soft hands. Good tossed up ball on the middle stump. 125 for no loss after 25.2 overs. What a great start this is for the Australians. We always say a good start is off finished work. Played it late. A good outfield. The ball running towards the boundary rope. And it was been cut down just before the boundaries. Couple of runs added to the score. Peter Orley, he moves on to 46 with that couple of runs. And Australia, they just required another 88 more runs to win this match. I think the wicket is also eased out really very good, well here for the Australians. After winning the toss, I think there was an injury out there in the middle. The batter hitting the leg on his own bat. Nothing serious on that occasion. Peter Orley 4 runs short of his 50. Going on the back foot, missing the length. And first wicket going down here for the Australians. And will this be the opening of the floodgates here for the England? Picked up the length. That is not the length for the particular kind of a shot that was been going on with the arm, and fired it onto the stumps and missing out the 50 in the finals. Peter Orley, but that was a good innings coming to an end here.
Yeah, an excellent innings from Peter O'Reilly, 46. Ball just skidded onto him a bit. Was looking to play the shot through the vacant mid-wicket area. Bowled by Nick Newman. Well, England have got the breakthrough. See how saying goes. One brings two. Can they get another one out quickly? You'd have to say Australia, even though they're one down. Massive favourites to win this match and become the World Cup winners 2024. 88 runs required in 116 balls. Partnership of 127 off 154 balls between Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith. O'Reilly bowled by Nick Newman for 46.
Looks like
Peter Jensen, captain.
So, the skipper, Peter Jensen, facing Nick Newman. He displayed his acumen in the field. Tactical masterclass from the skipper out there marshalling his troops. Can he steer Australia home here? 127 for 1. So Newman, in he comes. Jensen just plays an orthodox defensive shot back down the ground. That's the end of the over. 26 gone. Australia 127 for 1. Darren Smith, he's played beautifully out there. He's 62 not out off 75 deliveries with 9 fours. His skipper just faced that last delivery from Nick Newman. Yet to get off the mark. Australia 88 more runs required, 114 balls. Their current run rate 4.88. The required run rate 4.63. All things being equal, Australia should get there with the minimum amount of fuss. But as we know, cricket is a strange game, H. Let's see if that wicket in the last over inspires Jim Phillips. He's going to continue from the hostile end. Darren Smith on strike.
They got the very important breakthrough in the previous over. They need to believe that they can bring another 1 or 2 quick wickets here to put Australians onto the back foot. They still have 88 more runs to play with. And once this ball gets older, it will definitely get some bit of bite in this wicket. So it's not an easy conditions to bat from now on. The ball will definitely not come onto the bat. The batters really need to work hard for the runs.
Yeah, I'd like to see England just go a bit on the attack here. Bring the fielders they're in the circle 5-10 yards further in. As Phillips comes in again, flights that. Again, that's too easy. Yeah, too easy for Darren Smith there. Just chopped it down. Didn't go very far into the offside. Yeah, if you're having these fielders inside the 30 yards, which you have to with the fielding restrictions, let's get them in. Make the Australian batsmen work for the singles.
They shouldn't allow another partnership to build here for the Australians. They already seen a 127 runs partnership for the opening wicket. They need some quick wickets here. The wickets in clusters. 2 or 3 wickets here will definitely push the Australians into the back foot. And the bowlers also bowling and the fielders also inside the field. They need to feel that. Look at the ball.
He's out.
And it was been given out. Excellent ball. Tossed a ball outside off stump. There was a feather. And that was been taken well by the keeper. And I guess the England players, they got the floodgates open here. As I say, this wicket is not easy to bat. Once the ball is old, the batter has been walking off the skipper without troubling the scorers. All of the sudden, Australia 128 for 2.
Yeah, well, 1 brings 2. The Aussie skipper, Peter Jensen, on his way back without troubling the scorers. Just a tentative prod forward. The ball turned ever so slightly off the top edge. It was a good catch by the England keeper, Steve Aston. Well, still a long way for England to claw themselves back into this innings. But they've given themselves a slight chance. Another wicket here. And then who knows, the nerves might start setting in for the Australian batsmen. It's not been the case thus far, apart from the last 6 or 7 deliveries. They've looked very comfortable, very assured out there. So, Jim Phillips, England, what have you got?
Toss to ball, inviting the batter on his front foot. A good bowling here from Jim Phillips. He's into his 7th over, considered 28 runs and picked up a wicket.
But no change in the field, H. New batsman in. Need to put pressure on him. Don't give him an easy single.
Getting the inside edge. ball running towards the fine leg region. And this is what the fresh legs can bring it in the middle. The new batter was in and straight away the running between the wicket is looking better here for the Australians. Couple of runs to end that successful over from Jim Phillips after 27 overs. Australia 130 for 2. The required run rate is 4.72. There is no real threat on the required run rate for the Aussies. Every 10 runs, a wicket that makes England to win this match.
Well, it's certainly going to be a tall order for England, but they've given themselves a chance. Door slightly opened. Can they open it further? Here's Nick Newman then. He bowls. Smith just rocks back. There's an orthodox shot. Punches it out to deep cover. Marcus Shunt trots in and does the fielding. Again, no real change in the field H. New batter in, taking guard. Graham Pavey. Still some big gaps within the 30-metre circle. I'd like to see Richard Merriman just to be a bit more adventurous. Bring the fielders in, challenge the Australian batsmen to go over the top if they're good enough.
That was a good idea. They need to think out of the box to win this match. England, they got the breakthroughs which they needed in the last couple of overs, and they should feel like they can able to win this match. The body language certainly looks a little bit different here from the English camp. Another 1 or 2 wickets, who knows, anything can happen in cricket. Still 84 record in 105 balls. What wickets will do is that will definitely put the brakes on the scoring rate here.
Yeah, what it also does, Darren Smith, he's set on 64. You'd like to bowl as many balls as you can at the new batsman. Here's Newman in again. Pavey. It's an appeal for LBW. Umpire well. Not moving.
And as long as if you can manage to keep Darren Smith away from the strike, he will start to feel that pressure. And also he will be tired. He already fielded for 45 overs. He bowled 9 overs. And now he batted almost for 28 overs. So you need to capitalize on that as well. Good over. Just a single of that over. End of 28 overs. Australia 131 for 2. Record another 84 in 102 balls. Look at that. In the last 5 overs, they just considered 16 runs and couple of wickets. And we have also seen when the Aussies bowling, this is the period they actually pull back into the game by bowling those tight overs and picking up those wickets. And even at the same stage, the England also managed to do the same. If another 5 overs for another 16 runs and couple of wickets.
That's a beautiful shot.
There was a great shot. Excellent shot from Darren Smith.
Yeah, just used his feet. Darren Smith to the pitch of the ball. Absolutely no effort whatsoever. Beautiful shot. Right, mid-off, raced away for the boundary for 4. Now. Just worked away. Backward square leg on the sweep by Smith.
What if the score is 150 for 4 after 33 overs?
Well, I think if you get to that stage, Aish, it's definitely game on. As you quite rightly said, this was the point in the England innings when Australia really put the squeeze on England. Can England do the same? Here's Phillips in it, into Pavey. Oh, that's played in the end. It's an LBW appeal.
Look at that. The new batter. He is struggling for his timing on that occasion. Tossed a ball on the middle stump, a little bit of turn, and also the bounce for the bowler. I still think the game is on. One good spell can bring England back into this game. Especially they need to strike the wicket of Darren Smith here. He is the key. If he bat for another 10-15 overs, he can easily finish this game off for the Australians. They need to pick his wicket. And the better way to pick his wicket is just keep him away from the strike for 3-4 overs. That will definitely frustrate the settled batter. Don't give him easy runs. Similar to that, couple of dot balls. End of 29 overs, Australia 137 for 2.
Yeah, can't fault your analysis there, H. Absolutely spot on. Keep Darren Smith away from the strike as much as you can if you're an England supporter. Graham Pavey, just the 3 off the 9 deliveries he's faced. As you say, it does take a while to get used to this pitch. Darren Smith, he's set, he's seen it all. Keep him away, nothing's going to trouble him, it appears. Graham Pavey, it's been watchful. LBW appeal in the last over. Got his left leg quite far down the wicket. Umpire well, quite rightly, I'm looking at the replay. Gave it not out. Nick Newman then. Can he winkle another Australian wicket out? In he comes from the pavilion end. Pavey's forward, an orthodox defensive shot. Just plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. 137 for 2. 78 more runs required. 95 balls. Newman in again. Quick delivery. Struck on the pad. Yes, it's the shout. Good running. Good running. Yeah, Darren Smith immediately on Graham Pavey's call. Yes, the ball didn't go out too far into the leg side. Ed Gordon-Lennox at mid-wicket. Couldn't prevent the single being taken.
Look at that, Darren Smith. He's urging for that single to get back into the strike. Played it with the soft hands. Got the single.
And that's where England need to be mindful. It was just a prod out into the offside. You recall that those of you who've been watching, seeing the England innings, a prod like that yielded no runs whatsoever for the England boys. Here's Newman again then. In he comes. Pavey, forward, orthodox defensive shot again. Quite content just to play Newman out. Confident of his partner in the other end, Darren Smith, who's batted quite magnificently for his 70. And the longer Smith stays out there, you feel, the best chance Australia have got of winning this match. Newman then, continuing, ball quicker delivery. Pavey rocks back. That's a lovely shot. Marcus Young running round. Can't prevent the second run. Just chopped down backwards point by Pavey for 2.
Still a good stop from Marcus Young. He was in the sweeper cover region. He covered quite a bit of distance to cut that ball. Graham Pavey, he moves on to 6. Onto the front foot and hits straight to that extra covers fielder. Dot ball to end the over. End of 30 overs, Australia 141 for 2. And with this, the players will have drink.
Yeah, drinks been taken here at the SRI Ramachandra Stadium in Chennai. Final of the men's over 60 Cricket World Cup between England and Australia. If you're just joining us, England won the toss and opted to bat. They made 214 for 9 off their 45 overs. They got off to a flying start. Nick Gayward in particular playing some wonderful shots. He was out when the score was 42, I believe. Then a good partnership between Monty Douglas and the England skipper Richard Merriman. Took England into the 130s, but just around the 30 over mark, Australia really put the squeeze on England. A flurry of wickets, some excellent bowling, but some excellent fielding by the Australian boys. Restricted England, and when England were 5 down, they didn't manage to score many more runs in the remaining overs. Managed to bat the overs out though. 214 was their total. Australia started with a required run rate of 4.7. I'm not going to be particularly concerned with that. Got off to a flyer. Darren Smith opening the batting. With Peter O'Reilly. They made it look very, very, very easy out there. Century stand between the openers.
Yes, Peter Orley, he's the first man to get out today for the Australians. He scored 46 of 80 balls with 5 boundaries. He played a very useful hands along with Darren Smith. He's going strong on 70 of 84 balls. The skipper, Peter Jensen, he misses out today. Got out without troubling the scorers. Graham Pavey and Darren Smith, they are in charge now. They still have some good batters to follow. Peter Judd and then Bill Blair. Bill Blair, he had a couple of centuries in this tournament, if I'm not wrong. Still, they have the powerhouse left in the batting unit for the Australians.
Yeah, that opening stand was a really good opening stand. 127 put on between Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith. Peter O'Reilly, who was bowled by just a quicker delivery by Nick Newman, looked like it was the arm ball. And then 5 balls later, the Aussie skipper, Peter Jensen, just half prodded forward to a delivery from Jim Phillips, which turned slightly. Took an edge, good catch by the England keeper, Steve Aston, to leave Australia on 128 for 2 after 26.4. We've got to the 30 over mark. Drinks have been taken. The score's moved on to 141 for 2. Darren Smith 70 not out. Graham Pavey 6 not out.
And one more worrying factor here for the Englanders, both these bowlers, Jim Phillips and then Nick Newman, they got some control over the Australian batters. They both getting to the tail end of their spells. Jim Phillips, he just have only 1 over remaining, and then Nick Newman, he bowled 6. He have 3 under his sleeve.
Yeah, H is going to be a change at the hostel end. As so often the case, as I've mentioned, when England have been in a bit of a hole, and they've been a couple of times in this tournament when they have, they've turned to Marcus Young. Operating from the hostel end this time. Bowled his 4 overs. 1 maiden, 0 for 17 from the pavilion end. Got a few balls to turn. Got a few balls to bounce as well. The 2 googlies that he's bowled have both been given us byes. A prodigious turn on both those deliveries.
When he is bowling the googlies, not just the batters been missing the balls, even the keeper is missing the balls. It's really very hard to pick from his hand.
It just needs a bit of communication, doesn't it, between the bowler and the wicketkeeper. Just a single signal, you know, this is going to be my googly without giving too much away. Let's see what Marcus Young can produce then. In he comes. He bowls. Smith prods that into the offside. Backwards at point. Jason Corn does the fielding and there's no run.
A good start from Marcus Young after the drinks break. Couple of dot balls to begin the over. He's bowling to Darren Smith. If he managed to pick his wicket here, single cut straight to the point fielder. This brings Graham Pevy back on strike. He is on 6 of 14 balls. I think Marcus Enga is coming from the right end. This where the Australians they got a lot of turn and bounce from the hostel end. I thought the wicket will definitely slow down in the second half, but so far there is no differences in the wicket. I think the wicket have been get better
That's
for the
googly.
batter.
That was the googly.
The ball is definitely coming on to the bat at a right pace for the batters to play. Dot ball to end the over. End of 31 overs. Australia 142 for 2. They need to score at a rate of 5.21 runs per over to win this game. They still have 14 more overs left. Just 73 to get. 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, what England need now, H, more than anything, apart from a wicket, of course, which is stating the obvious, a couple of very, very quiet overs. Maybe conceding no more than 2 or 3 runs. Yes, it's 73 runs in 84 balls, but that rate has come down quite a lot. You know, when you get to a run a ball, pressure builds. Here's Newman again.
The difference between the balls and the runs is just 11 now. If they can able to bring even Stevens when in the last 10 overs, if Australia need 65 runs and if they lost couple of wickets, then definitely the match is on.
It is. Spot on. Newman then. In he comes. Bowls. That's chopped and that's 4. Good shot. Graham Pavey waited on it. Wide delivery from Nick Newman. Can't afford to bowl there. Quality batsman will play quality shots, and that was a quality shot from Graham Pavey.
Loose ball again from the England bowler. Like this is the time they need to pile the pressure back onto the Aussies, but they are giving some freebies for the batters and Graham Pavey. Those boundaries will definitely add a lot of confidence to the batters. Now they still need just 68 more runs to win. Nick Newman, he's into his 7th over. Played it with the soft hands, looking for the quick single. But rightly so, they have decided against it.
Yeah, and that's where I'd like to see Monty Douglas, who's at mid-wicket, come in. You know, stop the thought of that quick single.
Too easy this time for Graham Pevy. He is using his height to its perfection, getting a lot closer to the ball, driving that ball all along the ground. Look at that shot. Just going well forward and hit that ball towards that covers region. Good shot. Second boundary of this over. The runs are coming thick and fast here for the Australians. Good cricket after the boundary. The very next ball going for a single here. 2 more balls left in this over, and already 10 runs been scored here in the first 4 balls. We all thought the Englishman will bowl dot balls and put pressure onto the Australians, but it's going the other way.
Getting too easy.
They are giving 2 easy runs here for the Australians. They gone past 150 very easily. They still need a 64 to win.
Yeah, H mentioned the runs required and the balls remaining. We started the other over. I think the difference was 11. The difference is now 16. 62 runs required in 78 balls. Again, it was a very easy single there. I know I'm repeating this, folks, and apologies with the repetition, but in this situation England are, those fielders in the ring, well, there's no point in them being on the 30 yards. Bring them in. Force the Australian batters, if they're good enough, to play more expansive shots. At the moment, pushing the ball out to the fielders in the 30-metre circle is yielding very, very easy runs. Not what England want at this time, as Marcus Young continues. Smith just plays that down the ground, trots through for another single. 154 for 2. Moves on to 74.
Good bowling. They need a few more of this from Marcus Young. He didn't get the right support from the other end. There was a sloppy bit of fielding, and there was a good fielding in the deep from Hussain. Good stop down in the boundary rope, showing some bit of football skills. We all knew the English players, they play very good football as well. Graham Pevy, he's turning it on for the Australians with couple of boundaries. He just releases the pressure from Darren Smith by hitting those boundaries, making sure the scoreboard is ticking.
Yeah, you mentioned footballing skills. What our viewers may not know, Marcus Young, football international, played professional football for St Vincent. Oh, it's off the outside edge, genuine edge there again. Long chase for Jason Corn. Pavey very, very quick between the wickets. Nice, easy too. But it was beaten there, Pavey. It was a genuine edge. Unlucky Marcus Young. That's the end of the over.
Could you please explain the culture of sports in England? Like you have seen England, they are the very good sports team in all departments, like football, cricket. Like how you develop the skills of the players?
Well, there's a good infrastructure in place. I think many England supporters would argue that we do produce good teams. We seem to get to finals and then not perform. But there is a good infrastructure in place. Football, of course, is it's a global game. As Newman comes in again, Smith just rocks back. He's played exceptionally well. Out to Marcus Young, deep point boundary. Yep, football is the major game played in the United Kingdom. Followed by rugby. We have two codes: rugby union and rugby league. And then cricket. As Newman comes in again. He bowls, Pavey. Looks to play that out onto the offside. Fielding's done and there's no run. So we do produce good teams. The England national side, of course, baseball and all that. Revolutionised cricket in over the last 18 months.
And with that, they have produced some great results. I had seen England winning the test match in Pakistan, the test series in Pakistan, and also the first game here in India. The win against the Indians That was fabulous when you are trailing 250, almost 250 runs in the first innings and coming back and winning the match against the Indians. It's not an easy thing to do with Ravi Ashwin and Kuldeep Yadav against world-class spinners. They batted really well.
Yeah, they did, but they got put in their place in the next next couple of matches by the Indian side. Newman in again, that's a full toss. Yeah, good fielding off his own bowling. Pavey will be disappointed to miss out on that. Yeah, it's an exciting brand of cricket that England are playing at the moment. When it works, they get all the praises. When it doesn't, the critics are out, but that's the nature of sport at the top level, H, isn't it?
No, but I still believe that was a great achievement to come here and win Test match against the Indians in the home conditions. There was a great performances during the late 2000 and 2010. If India travel to UK and if we win one Test match, it will be a huge honor for us. We will be thinking like that. We never seen as a fan. We need to go out and win the Test series. At least if we manage to pull out only one Test win in the UK, that would be a great achievement. And same here in India as well. I think England is the only side beaten India in last almost 15-20 years in the Test series. I think there was a series with Graham Swan and then with Monty Panes. They actually outplayed the Indians.
Pavey was in the air slightly through the point region. Hussain does the fielding. Deep point boundary. Marcus Young continuing from the hostel end. Brings Darren Smith back onto strike. 75 he is from 91 deliveries. 10 boundaries with that. Here's Young then. In he comes. Oh, and Smith just he gives a rueful look to the wicket keeper Steve Aston. I don't know if words were exchanged. Just trying to guide that through the vacant area. Slip and beaten. Here's Young again. Bowls. And that's a better shot. Monty Douglas does the fielding. Smith trots through for another single.
When I started to watch cricket, now, everyone knows about the heroics of the Mahendra Singh Dhoni behind the wickets. But when I started to watch cricket, there was Jack Russell behind the stumps. That man never wears the helmet. If I'm not wrong, he has been just using one pair of gloves for his entire career, and he almost kept for over 500 to 600 games with that particular gloves.
Yes, Jack Russell, wonderful servant to English cricket. He looked like a scarecrow when he went out to field. Young in again. Oh, he chops that.
Almost played it on.
Well, that's racing away. And it trickles over the boundary before. Fortunate for Pavey that wasn't looking to play it there. Unlucky Marcus Young, but another 4 for the Australians. Yeah, Jack Russell. His wicket-keeping attire. I think he had the same white floppy hat he used to patch it up with gaffer tape, sellotape. His gloves had plasters all over them. His pads had seen better days, certainly. Eccentric character, a tremendous wicket-keeper, and a very underrated lower middle order batsman as well. H scored a lot of runs for England, got him out of some very deep holes.
And in the women's cricket, Sarah Taylor, if I'm not wrong, the wicket-keeper, he had put on some great standards for keeping behind the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good wicket keeper, and the standards in the women's game all around is tremendous. At the moment, we've got the women's IPL taking place here. We've been fortunate to watch some games in the hotel, some tremendous matches. It's going to be Nick Newman to continue from the pavilion end. Smith facing. Bit quicker delivery there from Newman. Just hurried Smith up a touch. He's on at 76. Pavey, that fortunate boundary in the last over, moves on to 23. Australia 166 for 2. Another 49 runs required in 59 balls. Here's Newman. Bowls. Smith just prods out into the offside. Pavey, who was very quick between the wickets, was looking for a single. Mike Palmer does the fielding at point, and there's no run. So the difference between runs and balls remaining is down to 9.
England, they need wickets here. They need at least minimum a couple of wickets here to get back into this match.
They do, absolutely, but dot balls help them. 3 dot balls to start this over from Nick Newman. Keep the pressure on.
Certainly, the dot balls will add pressure to the batters. 4 dot balls in the row. And this is what they had done better here is they actually bought those inner circle field 4 to 5 outs in.
Yeah, they have. There's no collusion on my part, ladies and gentlemen. I've got no communication with the skipper Richard Merriman out there, but it's noticeable they have brought them in. Just trying to put the squeeze on as Newman comes in again. Smith,
and pressure has been released with that ball down the leg stump, and it was been clipped away nicely towards the square leg region. The ball had not enough legs to reach the boundary, and that was a good run for the keeper. He ran all till the boundary rope and he just kept the ball inside the boundary, and 3 runs been taken there.
Well, I don't know how old Graham Pavey is, ladies and gentlemen. He's like a whippet. They got 3 out of that. He's absolutely rapid.
Dot ball to end the over. Just 3 runs off that over. And Australia, they need 46 in 54 balls. Definitely the couple of wickets will make this match more interesting here.
Yeah, a couple of wickets definitely, but like we said, dot balls, just unfortunate that delivery, the 5th one of the over from Nick Newman, allowing Australia to get 3 runs. Ordinarily it should have been 2, but excellent running between Graham Pavey and Darren Smith. Got the 3 from it. 169 for 2. Australia, 36 overs gone. Business end of the contest, 46 runs required in 54 balls. Can England take it close? What has Marcus Young got in his locker? Here he comes then, bowling to Darren Smith. Just chips that out into the leg side. Ambles through for a single.
And in this contest of this game, I think this is the very important over from Marcus Young. If he picks up 1 or 2 wickets in this over, that definitely will put England right back into this game. And he almost got 1 here. Tossed a ball outside off stump.
Yeah, he got Graham Pavey in the previous over, Marcus Young, didn't he? To go through the vacant area. Just trying to tempt him again. Oh, Pavey's genuinely beaten. Good delivery by Marcus Young. Spinning away from the right-hander. Turn, grip, bounce. Pavey, yep, he genuinely played at that. Oh, that's bad fielding. Graham Shaw there, backward square. Well, Pavey was beaten genuinely by the delivery previously from Marcus Young. Wasn't hit particularly hard. Graham Shaw trying to use his footballing skills. Missed the ball completely. Ball goes away for 4 runs.
Look at the pressure was being built by the bowler, and the batter was been looking to do something different. And they need support from the fielders as well.
Yeah, they do, H. Absolutely.
Chipping down the wicket, a good stop on his own bowling. Good aggression shown here from Marcus Young. Australia, they require 41 in 49 balls. Cut towards the backward point region, running the first hand hard once again. And look at the running technique. Both the batters, they are watching the ball. They are running sideways and they are just seeing the ball single to end the over.
Yeah, it's a good point that. It's a subtle thing that batsmen do. But both Australian batsmen looking towards the fielder can see that because he's running in, so he knows that all eyes are on him. The slightest bit of misfield, you can see in the body language, the way that they attack their run, that they're always going to look to try and get a second if there's a misfield to give them the opportunity. Good technique, well coached, well drilled. It's a hallmark of an Australian team. 40 required off 48 balls. Going to be a change of bowling. From the pavilion end, replacing Nick Newman, it's going to be Phil Deakin. Bowling to Graham Pavey, who's quietly gone up to 28 not out of 41 deliveries, 4 boundaries in that. His partner Darren Smith, well, he's played majestically well. 80 off 99, 10 boundaries. Still heavily weighted in Australia's favour here, but a wicket or a maiden over will still make things interesting. But you have to say, with the position that Australia are in, 2 down, requiring 40 runs, it should be a stroll for them from here, H.
Yes, the current partnership, they both added 47 in a very good time in just 62 balls. Back of a length ball, and it was been put away nicely towards that backward point region. Good shot and 50 partnership coming up with that boundary. And Graham Pavey, he is the aggressor in this partnership. He scored 32 runs out of those 51. And Darren Smith, he is playing the second fiddle in this partnership between these two. They just need another 36 more runs to win this match. And the record run rate is dropping every over now.
Yeah, well, I'll be kind and say that was a loosener from Phil Deakin. And he comes again then. Yep, same result. Possibly not quite where Graham Pavey intended, but it flies through the gully area for another 4 back-to-back boundaries at the start of this over from Phil Deakin. And Australia, well, looks like they're going to win this. It's an absolute canter.
Just slices over that point fielder, opening the face of the bat. A good shot, a couple of boundaries to begin the over. And throughout this innings, there is no real pressure being built against the Australian batters from the English bowlers.
Yep, I think England, we talked about it on air, didn't we, H? That we thought that England were possibly about 30 runs short, but those 30 runs were stopped by some fantastic Australian fielding. I think if England were getting up towards 250, it might have been a different story. That's a rank full toss. Hit back down the ground by Pavey for a single. Yeah, anything approaching 240 I think would have been a different story. Made it a bit closer. As it is,
Yes, definitely that would have been a different ball game. I think the English players, they don't had enough runs on the board, and also the intent from the bowlers, from the ball number 1, we had seen they came out with a very defensive mindset. They have been expecting the batters to do mistake rather than making them to make any mistakes. That's the difference.
yeah, there was no pressure on the Australian batters. Can't say that when the England boys were out there. They were under pressure every single delivery. As Deakin comes in again from the pavilion end, that's short again. Just chopped into the offside. Another single to the total. Well, the two best sides in the tournament, H, for me, England and Australia.
Yes, undoubtedly. They both played some fabulous cricket throughout this tournament. Some big centuries been scored from both the team players, and also some great spells been bowled, and especially Tony what a turnaround in the semi-finals and the finals here. Delivering at the right stage. In his first 4 league matches, he got just 9 wickets. And in the semis and in the finals, he actually doubled that tally. He picked up 10 wickets overall in the semis and the finals. And that's what the big players will do. They are the big match players stepping up at the right moment.
Yeah, Tony Anacasio, 10 wickets in his last 2 matches. 2 unbelievable Corton bowls off his own bowling here. I urge you folks, after this match is completed, put on the rewind, go and watch them. The first from Monty Douglas, steeply shot by Monty Douglas. He must have lost it 3 times in the flight, but ended up catching it. The second one, well, I think personally that was even better. Graham Shaw absolutely smashed it back. Here's Marcus Young then from the hostel end. He bowls. Pavey down the pitch, looking to be aggressive. Ends up checking his shot. Back to the bowler and there's no run. The second one yet from Graham Shaw. Great reaction catch. Here's Young then, in again. Pavey back to his stumps. Australia 186 for 2. Just 29 required now. Yeah, Pavey back and across. Chops that into the offside. He's very, very quick looking for 2. And he makes it very comfortably indeed. 188 for 2.
And even when the Douglas was been batting for England, the Australians, they have been keep on putting pressure on the batter. We all knew like how big he can hit. But the number of dot balls which the Australians able to string on with
That's out.
that was a great ball. No shot off. It is a very close call.
Well,
But the umpire was not interested on the time. And who is your pick for the man of the series in this match? No shot off, definitely. That would have been gone on to hit the stumps.
well, that was the googly from Marcus Young. Graham Pavey offering no shot. I can only think that the umpire thought he was outside the line of off stump. Oh, Pavey's gone for that one. Signalled a wide, but he chased after it. Yeah, that previous delivery. Googly from Marcus Young. No shot offered by Pavey. Maybe just outside the line of off stump. Yeah, he's played that well. Played that very nicely.
Three batters in this tournament so far gone past 400 runs. It stayed to the deep point fielder for a single. I think the match is over here. What do you think about it?
I think it was over a long, long time ago, if I'm perfectly honest, H. It pains me to say, as an England supporter. I am unbiased, of course, ladies and gentlemen, but I am out here with the England team. They would have harboured hopes, of course, going through the tournament undefeated. They got to 6 matches on the trot, undefeated, plus the 2 warm-up matches, so 8 out of 8. This final match has just proved a bridge too far, in my opinion, but let's take nothing away from this Australian outfit. They suffered just the 1 defeat in the Group B games. Shock results, but they put on a masterclass today. You know, the England boys, well, they're a good outfit, but I think the damage was done in the England batting innings. Peter Jensen, the Aussie skipper, if you want to see a masterclass of how to instruct your bowlers to bowl to a field and get them to execute that, then rewind the England innings. It was simply sensational. Backed up, of course, the bowlers have got to do their job, the fielders have got to do their job. When all three are in harmony, well, they just strangled the life out of the England team. And as I said, probably 30 runs shy. England would have made it a bit more interesting, but let's see. Can Phil Deacon do anything? Darren Smith on strike? No. Wide, short, outside the off stump. 2 is the call. Well, just a single.
Graham Pevy in this partnership is just outscoring Darren Smith here. At one stage, I thought Darren Smith have a chance of scoring the century in the finals, but the way Graham Pevy batted, he moves on to 41 and just 50 balls with 6 boundaries. And another crisp hit, another miss hit, another misfield from the fielder. The ball is running towards the boundary. Couple of runs added to the score. And this English team, they can carry a lot of pride back home from this tournament. They played some fabulous cricket through this tournament all around Chennai.
Yeah, they've won a lot of fans with their cricket, H. Saw Australia a lot last year in the Caribbean Cup. Lost to Australia in the first game, but beat them in the final. And then the 5-match Ashes series in England last summer. They just squeaked past Australia 3 games to 2. As Deakin comes in from the pavilion end. Well, we'll see what the umpire signals, but I think it was just off the bottom edge. It was 2 more to the total. Yeah. Then they met in the Canada Cup. So, big history between them. Old enemies, of course. Australia look like they're going to get over the finishing line on this occasion. Here's Deakin. Full toss. Pevy works it out to deep mid-wicket. Mel Hussain comes in from his position on the boundary and does the fielding. And Australia soaring towards becoming World Cup winners.
Darren Smith back on strike here. Punt straight back to the bowler. Still one more ball left in this over. Just 18 runs required. With 2 settled batters in, and they have some good batters to follow for the Australians. Hit straight to that covers fielder. Dot ball to end the over. End of 40 overs, Australia 197 for 2. They need another 18 to win in 30 balls. Darren Smith going strong on 83, and Graham Pevy is batting on 46. Just one good hit away from his 50 here. Graham Pevy. The required run rate is well within the control, 3.60. And throughout the innings, they are going at a very good pace here, the Australians. The current run rate is 4.92. In the last 5 overs, the dominance from the Australians been shown. 31 runs in last 5 overs without losing any wicket.
Yeah, and I think just the last 9 deliveries, 9 runs from the Australians. Been very, very easy for him. Last throw of the dice from the England skipper, Richard Merriman, bringing Mike Palmer on from the hostel end. Yeah, it's been a beautifully paced innings, I think, more than anything. The Australians got off to a flying start. England, well, they pegged them back slightly towards the drinks break at the 30 overs, as the Australians did to the England team in their innings. But since then, Graham Pevy, a bit scratchy early on, and as you said, it took him a long time to sort of pick up his scoring, but he's done that fantastically well since. 46 of just 53 deliveries, 6 boundaries in that. And Darren Smith, well, he's played magnificently well. 83 off 105 deliveries with 10 boundaries.
And also we couldn't forget that he bowled really well today, Darren Smith.
He did indeed, yeah.
He supported Tony Penicasio well. He kept one end really very tight. The entire bowling unit from the Australians, they just stringing those dot balls, and Benham, he bowled really well. Bill Blair, everyone bowled really well today for the Aussies. We are into the last 5 overs of this beautiful tournament.
Well, if I was the England skipper, Richard Merriman, last throw of the dice. Of course, with the fielding restrictions in place, you have to have the requisite number of fielders out deep, H. But everybody else, I'd bring them in 10 yards in from that 30-metre circle. Australia, well, they should get there quite comfortably.
I think this is too late from the England side. They should have been done this earlier, even in the first power play. Look at the field setting now. They have the closer fielders a lot closer.
There aren't any close-up fielders, that's the thing. Look at the gap on the leg side. You've got Marcus Young, yeah, and just as I speak, a change. He's coming up from his square leg position. But the big gaps in the field. Palmer then, in he comes. Ow! That's a great bit of work by Steve Aston. Pavey stretching for it, extra pace from Palmer. Pavey was beaten. Great bit of glove work by Steve Aston. Whipped the bells off in a flash. By Martin Wales, standing at square leg. They judged that to be not out.
We had seen some great glove work throughout this tournament from the English camp, and there was a good take. 1 or 2 wickets. This match may go till the wire. Watchfully played. Just 18 needed in 28 balls. Michael Palmer, he is into the 6th over. He bowled a maiden in his opening spell and just given away 15 runs. Even in the opening spell, he induces some edges, inside edges as well as the outside edges. He bowled without any luck today. And also, the Australians in the crunch games, they will get a lot of luck. I'd seen in many tournaments, in the crunch games, the top order batters will be dropped.
Well, you make your own luck. We're going to look back at this innings. That chance from Phil Deacon at slip, if he took it earlier on, it was a difficult chance, low down to his left, but catchable. Here's Palmer in again then, from the hostel end. 3 dot balls to start. Bowls again. There's an appeal for LBW. And through for a leg bye. 1 more to the total.
And even the keeper, he struggled a bit in the opening spell. They had a stumping chance in the beginning of the innings. If those 2 off chances been converted as a wicket, then that would have been a different ball game.
Yeah, absolutely, H. It's a game of if, buts and maybes. A couple of early wickets for England then, as you say. Missed chance at slip and a stumping chance. Palmer in again then. That's down the leg side. Just a single. Waiting for the umpire. Signals a wide and a run.
And 200 coming up here for the Australians in the 41st over. They just need 15 runs required.
Extras.
It's interesting to watch the number of extras which the Englishmen considered today. 25 of them and 13 in the form of wide. Driven firmly towards the extra covers region. There was a good chase and excellent stop from the fielder as well in the deep. And 3 runs been taken here. I think this is the second time this pair has been running 3 runs, showing good fitness in the middle. And there was a great stop from the fielder as well. He moves on to 49 with that 3 runs. Australia just 12 runs away. Punch straight to the covers fielder. Dot ball to end the over. End of 41 overs, Australia 203 for 2. Australia require 12 runs in 24 balls. Graham Pavey just 1 shot of his 50. And that was a well constructed 50. He was been struggling a bit when he walked in. And once he got his nerves settled, 6 boundaries to his name.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Looks like Graham Shaw is going to come on. Four overs to go. Just the 12 runs required by Australia. 8 wickets in hand. Will they do it in style? What do you reckon, H? Stylish or just push the ones and twos?
No, I don't think they will go for a kill here. They will definitely will play the normal cricket to get to the target, because there is no real hurry for them to reach to the target. This is the final match. No net run rate, and if they bowl like this, they will definitely finish it off in another maybe in the same over itself. Juicy full draws down the leg stump, and it was been put away nicely, and 50 coming up here for Graham Pavey with that boundary. What an innings this is turning out to be. Just 59 balls for his 53, and just a friendly ball on the time from Graham Shah.
That's 4 as well. Pavey just plays that out. The extra cover region. Marcus Young does the fielding. You've got to say congratulations to these Australians. Another single. Smith just plays it out towards cover. Merriman does the fielding. Scamper through for another single. Yeah, congratulations to the Australians. They've been magnificent today. Really have. In all departments, they've outplayed and outthought England. That's a wide delivery from Graham Shaw. 26
we all thought,
extras.
we are going to watch a cracker of a match today between these two sides, between these two super giants. Big disappointment for the fans as well as for the cricket lovers. Hit towards the extra coverage region. Look at that effort.
Marcus Young, great effort. Absolutely tremendous, Marcus Young. 70 years old.
Everyone knows the game is over, but still he is giving his 100%, not just 100%. Beyond that,
Into finishing
going
style.
for the big shot, and they are finished off in the style.
And that's it. Well, very, very classy and stylish way to finish. Australia 215 for 2, 41.4 overs, comprehensively beating England in the World Cup final by 8 wickets. Darren Smith, tremendous innings from him, ably supported by Graham Pavey and Peter O'Reilly. The start 127 run partnership. The only person to miss out, well, the skipper Pete Jensen, out for a duck after 2 deliveries. I don't think he'll be too concerned with that. His boys have put on an absolutely tremendous performance today. They've beaten England very comprehensively, and if truth be told, H, very, very comfortably.
Yes, very comfortable win here for the Australians. No one thought this match will be go one-sided like this, and Tony Penicasio, what a spell he had bowled. That actually set the platform here for the Australians for this match. Not just Tony Penicasio and all the other bowlers, they responded really well. They all been designated with some roles, and they all performed those roles really well for their captain, and also the batting from the Australians. Standout performances from all the batters. Monty Douglas wicket, I think that was the key moment of that game. If he had batted throughout at least for 40 to 40th or the 42nd over, then that would have been a different story. But it's too late to think about that. fabulous tournament coming to an end here. Australians proving that they are the world champions. The brand of cricket which they play is even the under 19s circuit and till to the over 60s we are seeing the dominance which they have, the potentials which they have, the talent which they have.
They're just good all-round sports people. You know, in any sport, you come up against an Australian team, H, they are not going to give you an easy ride. The England team, well, they're going to be mightily disappointed. Mightily disappointed. They've gone through the tournament pretty much untroubled. I think the only real trouble they had was against Canada in the second match. There were question marks about how this England lower middle order, who had not been out in the field throughout the tournament, would fare if it got to that point and the England top order missed out. But I wholeheartedly agree with you. The turning point for me was the dismissal of Monty Douglas. If you remember, and folks, those of you just joining us, Monty Douglas was striking the ball absolutely magnificently. He was getting a bit frustrated. He went for a quick signal, was called back, stopped mid-wicket, had to turn, jarred his knee slightly, and from then he looked a completely different player for me. He wasn't able to strike the ball as confidently as he had been before. When he was striking the ball, it was going straight to the fielders, beautifully placed by Pete Jensen. And from then on, the squeeze came from the Australians. They got Douglas out. A wonderful, wonderful catch from Tony Panicasio off his own bowling. And then the dismissal of the powerful Graham Shaw. Again, Tony Panicasio caught and bowled. An even better catch, to be honest. And from then, the England innings really petered out. The wicket of Mel Hussain, I think, was key for England. He was out charging down the wicket and stumped another victim for the Australian stumper, Claude Orlando. And from then on, well, in truth, the England innings, they meandered their way to 214 for 9 off their 45. Credit where credit's due. They did get to 45 overs. We didn't think ourselves that they'd get there, but they did. But we in the commentary box, H and myself, thought they were possibly 30 runs shy to make it a really competitive go for the Australians. And looking at the scores, the Australians have taken the time. I think another 30 runs, yeah, they may be asking a few more questions, may have given a few more opportunities to England. But for me, the turning point in this match was the dismissal of Monty Douglas in the England innings, the brilliant captaincy by Peter Jensen, getting his fielders in the right place, getting his bowlers to bowl in the right place, and putting pressure on the England batsmen. When the Australian batsmen came out to bat, O'Reilly and Darren Smith, they were under no pressure whatsoever. I think looking back, the England skipper Richard Merriman will look back and think, could I have been a bit more aggressive at the start? Possibly. He possibly had in mind that it was a low total to defend, so he wanted to go defensive first off. But having done that, you run the risk of allowing the Australian batsmen to get in, and that's exactly what happened. And we saw they were comfortable, they were relaxed, and quite frankly, in a World Cup final, this has been an absolute stroll for them. The England boys, well, it's been a good campaign for them. They will return. It's their debut in this tournament. They didn't play in 2022. They'll be back with some newer players and some younger players in the squad who will be available for the next World Cup, whenever that is. But it's been an absolute pleasure commentating out here in Chennai. Hospitality has been brilliant. I've had the pleasure to work alongside some wonderful, wonderful local Indian commentators. And H, I put you right up there, my friend. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much.
You know, to all the folks who have been sending the messages in back home for the England team and myself, thank you so much for taking the time to do so. I'm going to leave you now with H to sum up. But from me, Rash Mahmood, thank you all for your company. Congratulations to Australia and all the folks down under who are up watching this. Your team played fantastically well and they are deserved world champions.